roll call in 15 seconds.
I do still have a couple of people on the meet who I don't have anyone with those names registered. So if you could unmute and just confirm that you can hear me and what name you would have registered with, that would be helpful. So those people are Bijan Manani and Henry Weeb. And you unmute by using the microphone icon along the bottom of your screen.
Good afternoon and welcome to the December 8th City Council public hearing on land use matters. Call us to order and recognize that the very land we're talking about is Treaty 6 territory. The territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and the Nakota Sioux peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation. I will now roll call to establish attendance by members of council, starting this time with Councillor Essinger.
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walters. Councillor Walters.
I'm here, sir.
Thank you.
Present.
Councillor Banga.
Present, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Katerina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
I'm here.
Thank you. And that's everybody. Need a motion to adopt the agenda with some replacement pages on item 3.2. Councillor Essinger.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote. If you're like me, you got to flip into the public hearing meeting for today. There it is.
We have all the votes except for Councillor Zadik's.
You should have mine now. It's a yes.
We do, thank you.
Display the vote. Carried. I will now briefly outline the procedures for today's public hearing. What will happen is the clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with, and I'll call out the names of people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council will select the bylaws that we wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that were not selected for discussion. Council will then listen to each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate, and for each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw, then members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the room here. However, attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home too. When each speaker is finished, though, please stay on the line, as council may wish to ask you questions. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all the speakers have concluded, the chair will then ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information which arose during the public hearing. This process will require patience to ensure that anyone who does wish to address council has an appropriate opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. And for those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provides an unfair advantage, and even interferes technically with the live stream. So additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. And if you're experiencing any difficulties at all, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating in the statutory public hearing process. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. The bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19510 to remove the setback requirements for food service uses and revise the setback for drive-in food service windows Empire Park?
Yes, I have Paul Kowal to answer questions only from the Cron Group of Companies. Paul, are you there?
Present.
Good day, thank you. And nobody in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19485 to allow for low-density residential development, Keswick?
Yes, I have Paul Cole again from the same Cron Group of Companies, accompanied by Russell Dock to answer questions only from Rohit Communities.
That was a mistake. I'm not supposed to be on that item. Paul Kowal.
Oh, okay, you're only on the other item then.
Correct.
Sorry about that, thank you for letting me know.
Mr. Mayor, there should be Om Joshi from WSP registered for that item.
Yes, is Russell also to be registered though?
Yes, Om
Yes.
and Russell, yes.
Yeah, I was just waiting to hear from Russell, and then I was going to call you next, Mr. Joshi, but thank you. And I see Russell there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And in opposition, I have Benita Lehman. Ms. Lehman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Next.
Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 19499 to allow for cannabis retail sales and markets, McEwen?
Yes, I have Lucas Sherwin to answer questions only.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Welcome. And nobody in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 19496 to add liquor stores to an existing DC2 provision, Hillview?
Yes, I have Sawan Dhaliwal to answer questions only.
Yep, good afternoon, I'm present.
Good afternoon. And no one in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19504 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, MacArthur Industrial?
Yes, I have Brendan Pinches to answer questions only from the City of Edmonton.
Brendan has not joined the meet yet, but our office will reach out to him.
Okay, Crystal Kajener from the city to answer questions only.
The same with Crystal.
Same, and Susan McGee to answer questions only from Homeward Trust. Also, okay, they've been notified. And Stacy Worsford is registered in opposition. Stacy, are you there?
No, she is not. Our office will reach out to her
I
as
am
well.
here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
Okay.
here.
Great.
You were muted, but we can hear you. Great. Stand by. We'll come back to you in due course. Next.
Bylaws 18869 Bylaw 18869 and Charter Bylaw 18870 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 18869, amendment to the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 18870, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing development and to allow for the continuation of an existing drainage facility, King Edward Park and Mill Creek Ravine South?
Yes, I have Crystal Kajener to answer questions only from the city, as previously noted, and Susan McGee likewise, who will be joining us. And then I have Karen Tang.
Just to confirm, Susan McGee is on the line at this time, but Karen Tang has not checked in yet.
Okay. Not sure if she's questions only. She is registered in opposition, but it doesn't specify questions only, so presumably that's to speak. But we'll see if she's able to join us. I have no one registered in opposition on that item. Did I? Oh, I meant to say she is registered in favor, not in opposition. So I have nobody registered in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19501 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Terrace Heights?
Yes, Crystal Kajener as previously noted, and Susan McGee as also previously noted. Susan, can you just say hello so we can...
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. We can hear you then. Welcome. Thank you. And I have no one in opposition on item 3.8.
Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 19509 to increase the maximum allowable site coverage to facilitate the development of an amenity building, Chappelle?
Yes, I have TJ Townsend to answer questions only. TJ, are you there?
I can see that they are on the meet, but muted. And we have not been able to confirm their audio at this point.
Okay, well, we'll.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I forgot what the unmute button was.
We've all been there many, many times in the last 10 months.
Apologies.
No worries, no worries. Welcome. I have no one registered in opposition on the Chappelle item, so next is Queen Mary Park.
Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19500 to allow for an increase in the maximum number of units in a medium-rise residential building, Queen Mary Park?
Yes, I have Michelle
Yes, I'm
Ouellette
here.
to answer questions only. And Myron Boris to answer questions only from Cassia Developments Limited.
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. And I have no one in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19497 to allow for ground-oriented multi-unit housing, Holyrood?
Yes, I have Dave Onishenko to answer questions only from Clarity Development Advisory.
Yeah, present.
Hi, Dave. We have
Hey.
Dave Sutherland to answer questions only from Holyrood Community League.
Present.
Thank you. And Brad Jessen to answer questions only.
Present.
And nobody in opposition.
Thank you.
Folks are doing good community engagement. This is good.
Item 3.12 and Bylaw 19507 and Charter Bylaw 19508 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.12, Kiniski Gardens South Municipal Reserve removal? Bylaw 19507 to amend the Burnwood Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or Charter Bylaw 19508 to allow for institutional uses on a surplus school site and park uses on a park site, Kiniski Gardens.
Yes, I have Neil Osadiak from the City of Edmonton.
And me, Jagvinder Sidhu.
Yeah, I'll call you one at a time, please. Is Neil there?
Yeah, present.
Fantastic. And Jagwinder Sidhu?
Yes, sir, here.
Thank you. Welcome. And Gunvir Singh Sidhu to answer questions only. Satsuriya call. Gunvir?
I believe that they were on the line at one point, so we can have our office reach out to them.
Hopefully we'll be able to get them back on the line. Number 4 is Rocky Hansen.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And 5 is Chris Hodgson to answer questions only from the city.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chris. And then in opposition, I have Brad Smith.
I'm here.
Good afternoon. And Christine Smith.
She is not here with me. She's teaching today.
Okay. Noted. That's everyone I have for the Kiniski Gardens item.
Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19498 to allow for small-scale infill development at Jasper Park?
Yes, I have Ksenia Kalemska to answer questions only from KC Builders.
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. I have Christine Lazutin to answer questions only.
I'm here as well. Hello.
Good afternoon. And Yaroslav Petrov to answer questions only from KC Builders as well.
He's with me here, yes.
Okay. And in opposition, I have Don Kushliyema
Yes.
from the Jasper
Present.
Park Community League and Byron Kwasnitsa from the Jasper Park Community League.
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. That's everyone I have on that item.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 19486 to add cannabis retail sales to an existing DC2 provision, Millwoods Town Center?
Yes, I have Ryan Eidick.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Armand Bassi.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I have Harnoor Dhaliwal to answer questions only.
They have not checked in yet.
Okay. Rajveer Sidhu. Aman Parmar to answer questions only.
They also have not checked in yet.
And Dewanshu Sagal.
Yes, I am here.
Good afternoon. And I have no one registered in opposition on item 316. So to the speakers who are here on 316, do you wish to make a presentation, or are you all stand by just to answer questions if there are any? Speak up if you'd like to make a presentation.
Ryan will make a presentation.
Okay, understood. Then we'll want to select that one. Okay, Councillor Nicol will select it when the time comes. Next up,
Item 3.17 and Charter Bylaw 19495 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to amendment to the Southeast Industrial Area Outline Plan or Charter Bylaw 19495 to allow for heavy industrial uses, Davies Industrial East?
yes, I have Ryan Eidick again.
Hello.
And is that to present or questions?
Present.
Present, okay. Right, these are non-support from admin, so we probably should get into them. Just realized that. Okay, next is 319, last but not least.
Yes. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19511, text amendments to zoning bylaw 12800 for outdoor patios?
I have no one registered either in favor or opposition, but they're administratively driven, so administration is able to answer questions if there are any on the patios. Okay, so let's select items for debate. Have we had anyone else register?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Selections? Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 3.2, please.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Esslinger?
3.5, please.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 3.15, please.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I just have a really quick question on 3.8. It'll just be a question of the applicant.
Okay. And Councillor Nicol?
Yes, 3.6, 3.7, 3. Hold on, let me just go back here. Yes, 3.6 and 3.7, just for administration. 3, 12, 13, and 14. 16, 17, and 18. And I believe that's
Yep.
what I got. Yep.
No one wants patios? Going once, going twice. Councillor Katarina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move closure of, as an omnibus of all items not selected.
Second.
So that would be 3-1, 3-3,
3.1,
3-4.
3.3, 3.4, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11, and 3.19.
That's what I have as well. To close public hearing on those items, please vote.
I'm a yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
I'll move first reading of the omnibus, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes except for Councillor Nichols. Thank you. Perfect.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move, I'm on second reading here. Yeah. I'll move second reading of the omnibus as stated.
Yep.
Second.
That's what we're looking for. Please vote on second reading. Display the vote. Carried unanimously.
I'll move consideration for third reading on the omnibus.
Second.
Please vote to allow third reading to proceed, also requiring unanimous consent. Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading on 19510, 19499, 19496, 19509, 19500, 19497, and 19511.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so we'll chip away at these in order, starting with the Keswick item. Did you want the presentation? Hold on, let me go back. I think we've got speakers on that one on both sides, so what we'll do is get the presentation and then go from there.
We'll have Rod Heinrich, Senior Planner, to provide a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Item 3.2 pertains to the rezoning of land in the south central portion of the Keswick neighborhood in southwest Edmonton. Slide number 1 shows the subject site in the context of a neighborhood plan. The purpose of the application is to further refine the regulations of the existing direct control zoning and convert a portion of the area to standard low-density residential zoning. The next slide shows the proposed rezoning and the surrounding zoning context. While the current DC provision contains 4 sub-areas, Area A is the only one illustrated on this slide, as it is the only area affected by this application. The bylaw proposes to rezone the site from DC1, Direct Development Controlled Provision, and RSL, Residential Small Lot Zone, to DC1 and RLT, Residential Low Density Zone. The DC1 provision will add secondary suites as a new use to Area A, which is designed to allow shallow lot single detached housing. Secondary suites already exist as an allowed use within Area B, which is designed to allow reverse housing, and Area D of the DC, which is designed to allow row housing. All other existing land uses and regulations from the previous DC1 provision will remain. The third and final slide shows the proposed rezoning area overlaid with an air photo. From this, you can see that the affected lands have been prepared for development. The proposed rezoning complies with the Keswick NSP, is consistent with the orderly development of the neighborhood, and will be compatible with the surrounding lands. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 72 surrounding landowners. No responses were received, and an open house was not held. Administration supports this application as an appropriate use of land at this location and recommends that council approve this bylaw. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, did you have any questions for the applicants?
Not right now, perhaps under new information if that comes up.
Okay, anyone else with questions for the applicants? Not hearing any. Ms. Lehman, or Lehman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members and guests. I am a Keswick land homeowner, and I received notice of this, and I am concerned only about the portion of the secondary suites. And the Keswick area, part of Windermere, is still very new, and we have so many transportation issues going on there, road closures. We don't know where roads are going. And we, as a neighborhood in the Keswick area, had a meeting about where is all this traffic going to go. So if we include secondary suites into this area, it's going to add more vehicular traffic. And I am concerned for the entire neighborhood to be able to handle that. And if somebody is going to be taking a bus, I did some research, and the bus system in that area is next to non-existent. It takes 2 hours from that area to get to just Century Park. So if you're thinking of doing a secondary suite along with all the other residents in the area, you have extra vehicles, and there is going to be a physical impact on all the parking and vehicular traffic. That's about 100 extra vehicles, and we all know Edmonton is not a transit system city. We all need our vehicles. So just on behalf of what would happen and the impact of the physical impact, the vehicular parking along the streets, snow removal is a huge issue in the winter there. And again, the bus routing, 2 hours just to get to Century Park, it just doesn't make sense to have that many more residents and that many more people coming into that area asking for secondary suites. And I think having a blanket statement where all these homes are allowed to have secondary suites, it takes away the control from the community, where we already have a portion of it with secondary suites. If we allow more, we lose control over what's happening with our community, making a blanket statement like that. And I never received any notice of this. And the only reason I know about this is because I received something from the president of Windermere. So the 72 landowners that were approached, I'm not sure who those 72 people are. And if you approach the people that live in that small area, well, probably a third of them are still vacant lots, and the majority of them don't have people living in there. So I really don't think you are getting an overview of what the comments would be on the secondary suites and this low density development. So I'm just concerned about the impact, the travel, and it's also known that secondary suites really isn't that desirable to all homeowners. So what will happen to the appeal of our beautiful Windermere and Keswick area with all of the secondary? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think my 5 minutes are up.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lehman, for your presentation today. Appreciate you taking the time to come to public hearings. So is your concern, first of all, with the transportation network, is it with the roads adjacent to or fairly close to the two properties in question, or is it more generally? Is there other roads more generally that you're concerned about?
Well, locally for sure, because it does impact everybody in that area, and it's already a struggle for all of the homeowners in that whole area. And then generally the impact of just the area in general. So both of those I'm concerned about.
So it looks to me like these two properties are relatively close to 170th Street. And I don't think that it's mandatory that each of the residents in question has a secondary suite. It's merely an option that allows those suites to be developed should the eventual homeowners choose to. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, I wasn't sure about the wording as well, so I was just going on the assumption that everybody would get a secondary suite if they wanted to.
Well, I think I would state it just a little bit differently, and I can check back with administration and our proponent to confirm this. But I believe what the zoning change allows is for those that want to develop a secondary suite. They're not necessarily mandatory, and they're not required. They're just allowed.
I agree, but once you allow all of those suites to go, there's no longer control. And again, I go back to the community control and the impact that it have if we do just a blanket statement like that.
So what do you mean by control, Ms. Lehman? What control do you think is lost?
Well, if, let's say, for instance, 100% of those homeowners decide to get a secondary suite because they've been given that provision, then the community has no way to make any comments on that, and we wouldn't even realize the impact of it until it's already finished and we have nothing else to say about it. That's my understanding.
Okay, well, I can check back on what the requirements are then of any particular homeowner that wants to develop a secondary suite. Then I'm not sure if there's any other questions that I have for you. Did I miss any issue that you raised? I'm sorry if I have.
Well, the other thing that I didn't get to, I drove past that area and I'm not sure where a secondary suite is going to go. It's already a single car garage location that you're looking at. And they're already shallow lots. So just the impact of that alone, for me as a homeowner, I'm concerned. I just moved from an area that had a lot of secondary suites and the control in the whole neighborhood was lost. And I ended up moving because I had no power anymore as a homeowner and my property lost value and all of that impacted me. So that's another reason for my concern. I just don't know what the future will hold if we give it this blanket statement that you can put a secondary suite already in such a tiny home with one single garage. And we all know garages aren't being used to park vehicles. It's to hold shovels and all of that because we're a four-season city.
But they could be used to house vehicles. That is their primary intent.
You know what? I don't know. I call that majority of them are not used for that. I know their purpose, but you can drive down any neighborhood with secondary suites and all of that, and it's row upon row of drivers, and there's arguing, and then once the snowplow comes in, your vehicle is stuck. You know, yeah, I've heard a lot from other neighborhoods that it's a serious problem.
I understand, and what would be nice is if there was better transit service in that neighborhood and in that area so that perhaps we didn't need so many cars, but transit service is really poor and we know that the plan is not to really augment that service in a meaningful way in the near future.
I believe it's years away and it's just in the foreseeable future, not something that we can even consider in that action plan. So no. Everybody's going to need a vehicle that moves in there.
Thank you for your time today, Ms. Maliman, and thank you for coming and sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Lehman? Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Ms. Lehman, couple questions. Are you speaking on your own or behalf of a community group?
On my own.
Okay. So you made some claims that none of the other residents, I guess that they're appreciating this. How did you contact them?
Facebook page.
Okay. And my next question is, do you express concerns about traffic concerns and statistics? Have you consulted anyone from the city to confirm or denounce your fears?
Well, the community that I live in, we had a meeting with Councillor Hartmel on this, and we had a lot of discussion around that. So I am aware of what's happening in the area.
Okay, but I'm just talking about the traffic that the road wouldn't be able to handle. And
well, 170th will, but there are so many other factors that are involved in this and the impact into the neighboring communities.
Could you shed some light on what those other factors are?
So where we are in Keswick, there are roads being closed currently. One of the neighborhoods is using a road that is a little bit difficult to travel. So with that increase of vehicular traffic, it just brings so much more traffic to 170th Street and sort of, it's almost like a dead end, one way in and one way out. So there's not a lot of arterial traffic roads to go. So with that, it just creates a lot more traffic on 170th, and then I can't remember what the other road is. The other road is 184th.
Thank you, and we'll ask administration about your concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Lehman? Not seeing any. Let's turn to questions of administration. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So I guess, first of all, Do I have that right, that it's not mandatory that each of the residential units being developed in these properties would have to contain a secondary suite? Am I correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
And Mr. Heinrichs, what is the process for a secondary suite? And I'm thinking in these buildings, we're talking typically of a basement suite. I don't know that there's any other alternatives. What's the general process if a homeowner wants to develop a secondary suite?
You're correct. Typically, they are basement suites. The process is simply for owners who wish to pursue the development of a secondary suite. They would apply for a development permit, as they would for any other use. If there are variances or required in any way, there would be notification to surrounding property owners as well, and there would be opportunity to appeal.
So if a homeowner in the general area, and I think that's within 60 meters of the potential residence in question, they're notified and they have the opportunity to make any objections known to city planning. Is that fair?
Correct. That's in case of where a variance is issued.
Right. What considerations are given to parking in the general neighborhood? You know, is that something that is considered by city administration in terms of how crowded the street may be, how many residential units are on that kind of a thing?
We're now in the environment of an open option parking, so that's left to the discretion of the landowner. And if Mr. Fazal Saeed has anything to add to that, I'd invite him to do that.
No, that's the direction. We'll just rely on the owner's discretion, whatever parking they would like to provide.
Mr. Saeed, while I have you, just in the general plan, the road network, there's Hiller Road that connects to 170th Street, and then there's 28th Avenue that connects to 170th. And there is an entry noted to 170th, roughly halfway between the two. Do you know when that, I'm going to call it a secondary access, do you know when that is going to be constructed, or if it has been constructed?
So you're asking about, so Keswick Gate, that already connects to 170th Street. The road that is not there is 28th Avenue. So as we are looking at some of the subdivision approvals that have gone through, the construction of that roadway is already part of the subdivision conditions, together with some upgrades to 170th Street as well.
So do you know what upgrades would be required with approval of subdivision offhand?
So typically it is first 2 lanes of the 4 ultimate lanes. So that will be the first phase of the construction.
And is that relatively imminent, do you know?
I don't have timelines in front of me.
Okay, perhaps I'll refer those to Mr. Doc. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. The speaker expressed concerns about shallow lots. Could you give me an idea, are those lots so shallow that there is no possibility of a secondary suite not attached to the main structure of the house?
Thank you, Councillor. Shallow lot typically is a reference to a depth of the lot that is slightly less than the standard that we've known for many years. For example, standard lot depths historically ranged from 30 to 35 meters in depth. And in this case, the minimum lot depth in this direct control zone is 27 meters. So it's about a 3 meter difference between what is standard and what is being used with the label shallow.
So under this bylaw, you could only, I guess, establish secondary suite in the basement rather than in addition to the main house.
Correct.
Okay, and then next question is about traffic. We must have done all the traffic calculations based on, I guess, basements in addition to the main houses. How are those?
Councillor Banga, in such cases, we typically reference the transportation assessment done for the entire neighborhood and look for any pinch points if there are in terms of adding traffic. In this case, it is the impact is going to be really insignificant. And location-wise, the area is next to a collector, a future arterial, 28th Avenue. So we don't see any issues adding that additional density there.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Any new information?
If I could, Mayor Iveson.
Go ahead, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. A few questions for you, Mr. Doc, if I could. Wondering, first of all, if you know offhand how many lots we're talking about here that would be now provided the opportunity to develop a secondary suite. Do you know roughly offhand how many we're talking about?
Yes, there would be probably about 300 to 400 lots in total in the area. About 100 of those lots were already developed, and they were developed without the required setback to allow for a side door to have a basement suite. So the 100 that are existing would not end up with a basement suite. It's only the 300 new lots that are coming that would have the opportunity for a basement suite. And we're typically seeing, maybe for every 100 home applications we get, we're maybe seeing a handful of them that are interested in the basement suite as something that they develop up front. But homeowners are looking for the option in the future as just sort of like a future-proofing their purchase to make sure that that option is there on a go-forward basis.
So roughly 300 homes would have this ability, and a handful was 12, 15?
Yeah, so far, because it wasn't allowed, we don't have any basement suites in the area, and it was certainly 2 years of applications from homes before we got to a homeowner or a builder that asked us about adding this provision. So I would suggest that, yes, you're going to be looking at 5 to 10% of homes maybe developing a basement suite, but certainly customers are looking for the optionality in the future, just because they believe it has, potential future value for their home purchase, because some buyer in the future may want to add a basement suite or something in the future. So
right. That's
what we're saying.
Those basements, those homes are relatively small to start with. The suites are not huge, correct? Even when
these homes that we're dealing with here are what we would call sort of our wide shallow product. So what's unusual here is there's reference made to single car garages. Almost all of these homes are 2-car garages. 90% of them are. The average lot width for this product is about 40 feet wide. So certainly there's room for both 2-car driveway and on-street parking in these areas. So this is actually a location well suited, but the typical basement is probably in the range of about 900 square feet, 800 square feet. So you'd probably be looking at getting about a 600 square foot suite in a basement, likely after you're done with stairwells and mechanicals.
Yeah, if you maximize the space. So if we've got double garages primarily, then there's theoretically room for 2 cars in the garage and as many as 2 more cars on the driveway if someone wanted to maximize parking on their site from that perspective.
Yes, and with this product as well, there is also space between the driveways to allow for on-street parking with this particular product type.
Do you know what the status is of the roadway network? If I believe it's, I think it's Keswick Gate, I'm not quite sure, but the next entrance south of Hiller Road onto 170th, has that been developed yet, do you know?
Yes, so what we've got developed out right now, Hiller Road is completely developed. 182nd Street is completely developed on the west side of the development. 28th Avenue to the south is fully developed. 170th Street is developed. So all of the arterials and most of the collector network is developed. The only thing not connected, the Keswick Gate, is developed. The link from that quarter section to our quarter section has not been constructed yet. That will probably be constructed in the next 2 or 3 years with the order of development.
And we've heard about the traffic challenges in the Keswick development that's farther to the west that's serviced by Ellerslie Road, but there is solutions pending for next summer that would include Keeping Way, I believe, that's planned to be constructed by another party that would help perhaps alleviate some of these pressures. Fair to say?
Yeah, the areas that you've heard of traffic concern are to the west of our development, not part of our development. Ours has the full collector and arterial network and is a grid pattern of development, so there's multiple routes in and out for all people.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor Iveson.
Thank you. Is there any other new information from Mr. Doc, Mr. Joshi, or Ms. Lehman?
I just have a comment to make.
Go ahead.
So the comment was made that the city parking is, I don't remember the term that you said, but it's random parking. You don't have a specific parking lot spot in front of your home. So I just wanted to speak to a situation in the neighborhood that I used to live in. It had that scenario, and we had neighbors with 3 or 4 vehicles that had a full garage, didn't use the garage, and would routinely park in front of our house. And in the winter, there would be no parking anywhere. So my parents and friends that ever came to visit had to park a block down the road because of the basement suites and the secondary garden suites over garages. So, and I repeatedly, asked the city if there was any resolution, and they told me, nope, I'm sorry, Miss Lehman, we can't help you. So here I am with my beautiful home, and I can't even have my parents and friends visit because I have no parking in front of my home whatsoever because of all of this extra vehicular traffic. So that's just wanted to share that story with you about this random parking that Edmonton has and my experience with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on that?
Just one, Mayor Iveson, if I could.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lehman, is that a condition in your current home, or is that a condition that you experienced in your former home?
In my former home, and that's one of the reasons why I moved. And again, I talked about the property devaluation and all that. And I'm just fearful that this could eventually happen into this area as well.
I understand. Thank you.
Any other new information? Not hearing any. Some care to move closure of the public hearing?
I'll move closure.
I'll just check to see if Councillor
Oh,
Cartmell.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. I will move closure of item 3.2.
Okay.
Second.
Closure of the public.
Seconded by Councillor Nickel. Okay. To close the public hearing, please vote.
We have all the votes except for, we have all the votes. Thank you.
Display the vote. Carried. First reading.
Thank you. I'll move first reading of item 3.2 and speak to it briefly.
Second.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I really appreciate Ms. Lehman coming in and speaking to her concerns about this development today. These are concerns we do hear in many neighborhoods where there's concerns about parking. It's my personal experience where we run into parking concerns and circumstances in cul-de-sacs where, in that situation, we see all the driveways kind of come to the center of a road and there's not a lot of curb space. We see that some people have a lot of cars and some people not so many. And all of those are legitimate concerns. Those are, they cause distress, they cause, longer walking distances, sometimes they cause access issues. And all of those concerns are exacerbated when it comes to snow clearing problems. So I really appreciate Ms. Lehman's comments and her concerns around that. We've also heard about the concerns about transit. We didn't talk a lot about that today, but with our bus network redesign, we are seeing neighborhoods that really need bus service that are not going to get it, and other neighborhoods that have bus service that are going to lose it. And that is going to be an ongoing concern in neighborhoods like this that are the very limit of the city if we can't find a way to offer better transit service. We put real pressure on these neighborhoods when we have very high density goals and not a transit system to support those density goals. That essentially forces people into their cars. This neighborhood will finally get a couple of schools in the next couple of years, but the high school is very far away and is going to be very far away for a long time, and that puts further pressure on the neighborhood. So I really appreciate Ms. Lehman's concerns here, and so I'm torn on this particular item. However, we've heard from Mr. Dock that the general uptake on things like secondary suites is in the low percentages. We're talking about the addition of 30 to 40 units across, a full development. And while I appreciate the concerns, I don't think it's those 30 or 40 secondary suites, if they're even developed, that create the problems that we're talking about in this neighborhood. This does not rise to a point for me where I would vote against this change, but I really note that this is a very challenged neighborhood. The road network to the west is challenged, and that accessibility and access to accessibility and mobility is really challenged, and those will be ongoing situations that we're going to have to address. So I'll leave it there, and as I've done, move first reading of this item.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Please vote on first reading.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Second reading.
Thank you. I'll move second reading of item 3.2.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have everyone's vote.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried unanimously.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.2.
Second.
I'll just test unanimous consent. Any objection to proceeding with third reading? Not hearing any. We'll carry on. Move third reading, please.
Thank you, and I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19485.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, next up is 3.5, to allow medium-rise multi-unit housing in MacArthur Industrial, selected by Councillor Essinger. Go ahead with the presentation, please.
I'll have Laurie Moulton, Senior Planner, provide the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, first I'll begin with a voice check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is an application to allow for a mid-rise residential building in an undeveloped 0.4 hectare site located south of 137th Avenue between the rail line and a linear park. And actually, the slide is up. Thank you. Charter Bylaw 19504 proposes to rezone the site from AJ, Alternative Jurisdiction Zone, to RA8, Medium Rise Apartment Zone. If approved, it is the applicant's intent to develop a 6-story residential building with 50 dwelling units for supportive housing. The zone also allows for limited commercial opportunities at ground level. If you could move to slide number 2, please. The City of Edmonton acquired this land from CN Rail in 1956. The property has been deemed surplus to municipal needs. The land was selected by Housing and Homelessness section of Social Development Branch in alignment with the investment guidelines in City Policy C601. And if you can move on to slide number 3, please. Access to the site will be provided from the east with the extension of 137th Avenue Northwest, which is a service road, to the north side of the proposed site. Measures such as a berm and screening fence along the west and resident parking on the north portion of the lot will lessen the impact of the rail line and the Arteoa Road. The intent is that the site will integrate into the Wellington neighborhood to the east. The proposed RA8 zone, which allows for medium density housing, is compatible with adjacent land uses. The proposed rezoning will increase residential housing opportunities within walking distance of the linear park and commercial facilities and support the city's goal of ending homelessness in Edmonton. There is no plan in effect for this area. The technical review has indicated that there are no objections to the proposed rezoning and infrastructure upgrades will be required as part of the development. The traffic impact assessment was completed and is supported by transportation services. If you could go back to slide number 2. Advance notice was sent to surrounding property owners, 2 community leagues, and 2 area councils. An online engagement webpage was posted between August 26th and September 22nd of this year, and a planning application website was available. Concerns raised through consultation included fear of increased traffic and crime and questioning the location. There was support expressed for this location on the online engagement page. Administration is in support of this application because it will contribute units towards the goal of 600 units of permanent supportive housing by 2022, as set out in the Affordable Housing Investment Plan, will allow for medium density residential land use adjacent to a complementary existing land uses, and will increase residential housing options in proximity to nearby residential and commercial uses and other services. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. We will now go to our speakers list. I note that, have the city representatives been able to join us? Mr. Pinches and Ms. Jenner?
Yes, I believe they're both on the line.
Oh, great. And Ms. McGee, we identified previously. Are there any questions for those folks? Not seeing any, then we'll now hear from Stacey Worsford.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor McKean?
Sorry, I would have one question.
Oh, okay. For
our delegation.
Got to pick one, or do you want to start with Mr. Pinches and see if he defers to Ms. Kajener, and then if she defers to Ms. McGee, let them decide?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, well, put your question to Mr. Pinches, and he may defer or take it. Go ahead.
So thank you, and I guess my one question is this. This looks like a fairly good-sized site along a major arterial road with breathing space around it. And it's 50 units. I just wondered, given the need for this kind of housing, why it's not a larger project, why it's only 50 units.
Yes, I guess we addressed the project range from around 25 to 50 units was the initial project size we were looking for. So the site is larger and probably could accommodate more units. The preliminary design work that Homeward Trust did with an architect as well was geared at that 50 unit, but a final building design hasn't been nailed down. Still be working through that in the months to come. So there could be an opportunity to increase the unit count. I would just note that preliminary concept designs were shared with the community through engagement, so that ballpark of unit yield is what they're expecting.
Yeah, I think it's probably a bit late to double the size of it or something, but Ms. McGee maybe, or Ms. Kajener, is there sort of seem to be an optimal range of units in one area? Is that why we're seeing 50 here and say not double that, not 100 units? on a fairly applicable site like this?
I can speak to that briefly. I think that there's been certainly a lot of discourse over, frankly, more than a decade around what is a scale that's supportable and both efficient. We do see in supportive living environments like continuing care, much larger facilities, and those often go with a substantial amount of health investment and health roles associated with them. And so there isn't a magic number. There's lots of really great examples of larger projects, and we've cited those in various meetings over the last 15 years. Many in the Corporation for Supportive Housing that would say that there's no sweet spot in terms of 100 being too big or 10 being too small. But in Edmonton, throughout the many meetings that we've had, I think that there's been a general support for modest size communities, and 50, and I believe certainly some of that came out of other consultations on larger projects where the feedback was 60 is too big, and we also know that on any of the sites that we're supporting there is a scale in terms of small that it's not feasible in terms of the support model, but it's no magic number. The portfolio approach that we took to the entire kind of project of identifying sites throughout Edmonton over the course of a few years to come yet was based on the idea that we would kind of align with those previous discussions. There was no kind of insertion to say, actually, let's pivot, let's look for larger sites. So Homer Trust and I think administration has been really kind of following that lead of what those debates have been in the past and focused on kind of that scale for those reasons.
And as was already mentioned, you've already done public engagement with the community on this, roughly at least this number of units. Yeah, okay, I appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. This is for Ms. McGee. I think the plan that the rezoning allows for commercial, I think, on one of the floors. What is your vision for that, or what's the plan?
It is a supportive housing project, and so commercial not being a space that is intended to be for retail use, but actually the designated support service tenancy. So there would be an agency on site that would utilize that space for the intention of providing those supports, common area. In the case of MacArthur, it's envisioned that there would be some commercial kitchen use in that space that would be commercial in that it's serving only though the residents on site. It's not externally serving others. I think it's, in terms of a space allocation, just for instance with our CMHC applications, that anything that's not residential for their purposes is considered, a non-residential is considered commercial when it comes to that.
No, I appreciate that because people think that you're putting a store or some other services, but it's really for the residents only on site.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicants? Not hearing any. Next up is Ms. Worsford.
Thank you. I've been following this since it was advertised in our area. I've lived in Wellington for 12 years. I've watched it evolve from no kids into a bunch of young families. We have 3 elementary schools, a junior high school. It's a great area for our kids. They have the freedom to move around, ride their bikes, play. You're proposing to put in a supportive housing unit for the homeless, which is admirable, but I do take issue with that, stating protecting our kids is more important than your agenda. Despite your view and telling us that everything that happens at these units is wonderful, I have family who work in supportive housing, so all the negative aspects of these business, which it is not beyond me, including the abuse and trauma that the workers have to put up with in these places. That these are a revolving door because the tenants do not follow the rules. And then you're going to be housing people with active addictions, criminal proceedings, and convicted pedophiles who maybe have served their term, but we don't get warned as a community. We have 3 elementary schools. Are you kidding me? Crime will increase. It's already bad enough, but it will increase. We'll have drug dealers in our area. We'll see their abuse in our parks and schoolyards. And as my father was recently murdered by a homeless drug addict, he was trying to help because she needed a fix. So she decided to kill and rob him. You want to bring these people on my doorstep and raise the anxiety of me and my son. What about our trauma? What about the issues we go through in life? I grew up poor. I faced childhood poverty. I'm not beyond it, but at the same time, life is about choices. The government calling everything a disease and making everyone a victim when it is about choices in life and what you do with it. And while I have compassion for these people, it's not my job to fix them. It's not my job to put up with their BS and have them rob me and threaten my kids or have addicts doing their stuff in our parks for our kids and have pedophiles running around. That is just not fair to us. And despite all your consultations, your summary is a lie. I canvassed 150 homes. 95% of the people did not want this in our community. So where you get that there is a bunch of support for this unit, I have no idea. The city is under a budget crunch. We're losing ice rinks, swimming pools. We don't even have a senior high school up here for our kids. They have to bus it. And yet you can afford this? Our sewers are crumbling. Every summer there's numerous streets in this area closed down by EPCOR because of sewers. That's what we pay our taxes for. So, pardon me if I'm emotional. My child and his trauma and his well-being is my purpose. And now you're forcing me to move so that we can feel safe and that we can live with our trauma without being affected more. And I just cannot believe it. I know you're pushing this through with the COVID thing, but this is ridiculous. And that's all I have to say. I just don't think it's fair to our kids in our neighborhood that these people, why not put in a home for the domestic violence victims, like a shelter? At least you're helping kids not get into the situation that these people are in. How about paying for programs at our community league so that these kids don't become the next generation of addicts with trauma? That's where I want to see our money go. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Worsford. Councillor Essinger with questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts today. And today we're really talking about the land use. And what I've heard you say is you have concerns about a building that might impact the local infrastructure, drainage in particular. The sewers, you were worried there was enough capacity. Did I understand that correctly?
I think you missed the boat on everything I said, but
I'm just trying to stick to the land use items.
You know what? You guys are pushing this through, and there's no way for us to object. And you've been absent, Bev, for this whole project. So, the sewer, whatever, wherever it flies, what are sewers? That's where our taxes are to go. We don't need to develop land, and if you put in more than 50 units, which you're going to shove this through anyways, and force us to move, I hope you all feel good about yourself.
Ms. Worsford,
I don't care about your sewers, Bev.
I was trying to get to the issues that I could talk to about administration, traffic, sewers, the height of the building.
This is a limited traffic area. There's no way in, nowhere out. You're taking away half our bus service. There's no amenities for these people around here. There's no churches. There's no AA meetings. There's no, there's no hospitals. There's nothing in this area.
Well, we're talking about the land use today, and I'm trying to separate it so I can get to the issues here on the land use.
You know what? They go hand in hand, don't they? Because if you approve it, it's shovels in the ground already. So beat around the bush however you do it at City Hall. Just, you guys are gonna answer for this in 2021. I'm warning you now. I did canvass 150 homes, Bev, and you're on your last leg in this area. I hope you can win without Wellington and Dunvegan.
Miss Worsford, please.
I understand you don't want primitive supportive housing. I did hear you say if it was a different land, use, you would have been okay with having 50-unit apartment there. If it was.
No, I said, how about domestic violence victims instead? There's more of those you were turning away every year than there are homeless on our streets. Why don't you guys address some real issues? You know what? I've been through poverty. I've grown up with domestic violence. I've had to deal with it all, and now a murder.
And I'm sorry that.
And let's just let these people run through our neighborhood. And the pedophiles too. Let's bring them on in.
Miss Worsford, it's Councillor Essinger's time to ask questions.
Well, she keeps on sticking to the sewer, so.
I was trying to ask a series of questions on the issues relative to land use. It sounds to me that you see it as a use for apartment building. You just don't want primitive supportive housing. Would that be
I object to the type of people you are putting in there, yes. There is low-income townhouses right next door. Supportive housing does contain people who have been convicted of sexual abuse against children, but you're going to put it right next door to a bunch of low-income townhomes.
Well, thank you. I will ask some of your questions to our administration, and on the new information, Ms. McGee might talk about who would live there. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I see no further questions for you, Ms. Worsford. Thank you. I will now turn to questions of administration. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. And I did hear from some community members very concerned about whether there was adequate sewage, drainage, and traffic. Could you speak to me about the process that you looked at these items?
I'll get Mr. Jatinder Tawana, drainage lead, to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Councillor. This area in future, as and when the property develops, would be serviced by a separate sanitary sewer and a separate storm sewer. For storm, they would be controlling on site, and they have two options. One option is to go to 140 Street, or the second option is to go to 137 Avenue. The details would be finalized in the subsequent stages as and when the building footprint is finalized. For sanitary, this will be the top end of the system, and it's a fairly big pipe. It's a 250 millimeter pipe. Typically, in residential areas, we have a 200 millimeter pipe. So this is an oversized pipe, and this would be at the very top end of that system. And out of that pipe's total capacity, it would be less than 2% of the pipe's capacity. So we don't foresee any issues as regards storm and sanitary, especially with this building coming up or this development. As regards the age of infrastructure, that's an ongoing process wherein EPCOR identifies old and aging sewers, and they keep on updating those.
Yes, and I understood there would be some of that. And traffic, could someone speak to me about the traffic? I believe an assessment was done, Mr. Syed.
Yes, Councillor Esslinger, a traffic assessment was done to primarily because understandable that it is a constrained area as far as the access is concerned. There is limited access opportunities along 137 Avenue. But the zoning that we have in front of us and the amount of traffic likely it's going to generate is really minimal. As far as the accessibility to this site is concerned, there will be opportunities off of 137. In addition to that, there could be all directional accesses via 132 Avenue and 135 Avenue. All those intersections were looked at, and the conclusion from transportation assessment was that the impact of this development is insignificant, and it will not trigger any additional need for any improvements or anything.
Thank you very much. Another question I was asked was about the height and why we think this height would be acceptable in this neighborhood at this location. Could you speak to me about the rationale?
So the maximum height in that is, where did I see it here? So it'd be 23 meters. It is an isolated site. It has the rail line on one side it will have a berm. It needs to have a berm between the rail line and the building. And then it has a park space. And then it has 137th Avenue to the north. So it's not going to have any shadow impacts or really any impact on the playground or the linear park to the south or to the east. It wasn't viewed as a major issue.
So it seemed like a rational place to put a building of that size.
It did.
Okay. I'm just going down my list. I think those are all the questions that I've heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Any other questions for administration on this one? Any new information? Councillor Essinger Councillor Essinger, did you have questions for Ms. McGee, or was that Councillor McKean?
I have questions for Ms. McGee.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Essinger first.
We heard some concerns about potential of having permanent supportive housing. I just wondered if you could speak to it. We hear about increased crime, we hear about the residents. Could you just speak to me about that?
Happy to. I think one of the challenges with the supportive housing discussion in community is that we don't have certainly enough of it, and we don't even have a lot of it in terms of being able to communicate that this is in fact housing. This is apartment housing. Individuals that are referred to these sites as an apartment and as residents are provided support because that's what's required for them to maintain their home. And so in the challenge of trying to communicate what supportive housing is, sometimes I think that there's attributions of people thinking that it's shelter, it's short-term use, that people are coming and going from the site, that it's providing services that one might associate with different types of services in the community. And it is in fact housing. And I think that the challenge that this work has is communicating that, given that the need is so high and that we've got the examples that we have. There's some really fantastic examples, but it's not a really familiar space. So when we're proposing these projects, the emphasis that we need to share is that it is housing with appropriate and adequate support. It is, although, and those may vary in terms of the specific projects that we see in our communities, whether it's, some of the existing projects that we currently fund, but it is primarily it's a housing project. And so in the opposition, sometimes I think what people are responding to or concerned with is the, projecting or thinking that it's going to be more like a shelter or that it's going to be operated with some other purpose in mind. But that's not the case at all. It is housing.
So you're giving people homes to live in?
That's correct.
And providing services so they can be successful?
Absolutely, and the services that often individuals need is really, to be actively engaged and provide meaningful activities and connected to other services in the community that most of us have access to as it stands.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Thank you, and just to follow up on that, Ms. McGee. As you know, the ward I represent has a lot of homelessness, and there is social disorder related to that, certainly. Sexual assault or sexual assault of minors has not been an issue that has been brought to my attention in regards to the homeless population. And I have a number of supportive housing facilities in the ward I represent, and I know of others in other wards. I have never heard of crime problems around those supportive housing facilities, be they run by Bissell or Mustard Seed or the Excel Society or Right at Home Housing. Just from your experience, have you heard of that?
No, there's been no clear correlation between the supportive housing and individuals that have been referred to those projects, and you've named a few, and increased crime generated from the site. I do understand that some of what does happen in our communities is that there's all kinds of housing without supports associated with it, and sometimes by association or people may think it's related to a local social service provider, but when we get into those things, it's the supports on site that make all of the difference, and it's really others in the community that are not supported that tend to be those that are kind of contributing to that rumor, if you will.
Yeah, no, and I wanted to say that I understand the speaker's concerns today because, as you said, we don't have a ton of supportive housing, and the stuff we do have is very low key from what I've learned. And if you walked by them, you wouldn't know what was going, that it was supportive housing. So I understand that. And just tell me further, the way they operate, I think there's sign-in, sign-out procedures. They're well managed, well controlled. People are there getting healthier, and there would be consequences for any sort of serious misbehavior. I certainly heard of one. A little surprised to hear that there have been people, for example, who've been kicked out of Ambrose Place, which is the most intensive supportive housing facility in Edmonton. So, and we're not going to convince the speaker today. I understand that it's going to take time to prove this out, but I just, I'm a little concerned when some people might be that skeptical. Skeptical's fine, but I guess we're just going to have to prove this out over time with some people. And I just wanted to ask you about the record, because I think the record's been actually remarkable. So I appreciate your comments today and appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. McGee under new information? Any other new information? Hearing none, then Councillor Etzinger?
I'll move closure of public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Please vote. Close public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, we have all the votes except for yours.
Oh, and hit submit. There
Thank you. We're good to go.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move first reading of item 3.5 and then speak to it.
And I will second it, and I would speak to it briefly too.
Thank you. Go ahead on first reading, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. I move in first reading and supporting this because this is an appropriate place to put 50 units. We talked about the location near our arterial, backing onto CN trails, in the heart of or the edge of a great community. we're looking at individuals that are going to need homes. And I know that Wellington is a phenomenal community to embrace residents that are trying to make their homes there. I believe that this would be an appropriate use of land. It's appropriate community. And I think that as we go forward, many of those who have concerns, I think, will be pleasantly surprised how it is run. So I'm happy to move that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended a virtual engagement session in the community and listened to the concerns, some of which we heard today at today's public hearing. And I thought administration did a solid job then of responding. I wanted to say that I thought the ward councillor was listening and responding, and I just wanted to offer my support to Bev. These are really difficult. These are really difficult situations because the community has their doubts, which I think is understandable for reasons that Ms. McGee just articulated. But we have a homeless problem in Edmonton. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And we have to have communities all over the city step up to help us with this issue and to be hosts. And it's Wellington, but it'll be many, many others in coming months and years that will be asked to chip in. So it won't just be Wellington, and it won't just be Macaulay or Boyle Street or Alberta Avenue or Norwood or neighborhoods in Councillor Paquette's ward. It's going to be all over the city. But my experience with really well-run supportive housing, and they are, is that they reduce the problems. We have homelessness all over the city, and we have related social disorder and crime because of homelessness. These are answers. They're not problems in and of themselves. Will they be perfect? Of course not. No apartment building in Edmonton is perfect. But I have great faith in Ms. McGee and her organization, in our social service supports, in our housing operators. And what tends to happen is I think I think as was stated by Ms. McGee, we sometimes mix up what we're seeing on the street or hearing about with supportive housing. That tends to be people who are in shelters or people who are poorly housed in exploitive slum housing. And we've seen remarkable examples of where when you start to treat people, people who have been homeless even for years and years and years, start to treat them as human beings, as friends and neighbors deserving of respect, they completely change. So I again want to say to our speaker today, I understand your skepticism, but I hope you will allow us a chance to show that this can work in community. And I hope Wellington gets involved. There might be volunteer opportunities too. So I just wanted to offer my support to Bev, who I think has done a remarkable job as a city councillor on many, many important files in the human services realm, if you will, domestic violence. And I just wanted to state on the record, I think she did a remarkable job in this file and listened, and her heart is wide open to that community, and she will take slings and arrows. But I just wanted to be here to say I think she does a fantastic job all the time. Thank you.
Well said. 100% agree. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McKeon and Councillor Essinger, for your comments. So I recognize this will be a bit of echoing, but I do think it's worth talking about and sharing, because As you noted, there's going to be folks who are concerned. When council approved the policy that said we need to have 16% affordable housing in every community, that really means that every community is going to see affordable housing, and that ranges from market affordable housing all the way to including permanent supportive housing. And I just want to echo, as a councillor that represents the area around Stony Plain Road, that also has a pretty substantial amount of affordable and supportive housing in the communities that I represent. What I have found, and this has been reinforced by walking the beat with our officers from EPS, this has been reinforced by talking to the community members who run Park Watch in Kenora, that the housing developments that have the on-site support care are the ones that are the greatest additions to the community. There are other buildings or single-family homes that do not have regular care and support on site that are often the cause of some of the challenges that those communities experience. So when I go to the Meet the Police night at the Kenora Community League, which they typically do once every year, and the police officers say, no, Kenora Place, which is supportive housing for those who need supports, is actually not a contributing factor to issues in the community. I believe them, and truly because I've walked it with them. I've gone to the building itself and engaged people that live there. And so, but I fully appreciate why somebody would be skeptical, because until they get the chance to meet their neighbors who are going to be living in that building, there's going to be skepticism. Maybe not widespread. I think we are seeing a shift in the community, but we have to understand that it exists, and ideally try to work together to overcome that. Because again, and Councillor McKean, you've talked about it, we've seen it in Ambrose Place, where we have clear measurements that actually show the decrease in crime that occurred because of that building. And we're starting to get more of that data from all of the different supportive housing developments that we have. And so I wanted to say it, even though I know everyone else has said it already. And I see the shaking head no, that there's no way you believe me, and I appreciate that. And my hope is that, like we see in my neighborhoods where we have supportive housing, and like we see in other neighborhoods where we have proper supportive housing, where the residents are getting the care and support they need on site, that they will be great neighbors to the community, like they are in all of the other communities where that currently exists. So recognize we won't convince everyone today, but I think over time that will change. So I'll be supporting this, and just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And, just echo the comments made. Appreciate Councillor Essinger's work and engagement on this and the work of our administration and Homeward Trust. I feel like I've made these remarks dozens, if not hundreds of times in my life about this kind of housing. All the issues and challenges that people like to associate with those struggling with homelessness. Truthfully, if you went into any neighborhood in Edmonton and kind of popped the top off or the roofs off all the houses and looked inside, you'd see a hodgepodge of all those things that people often associate with people who are living on the streets. These people are just a little more broken, a little more isolated, a little more left behind, a little sicker, and compounding circumstances have left them in this situation where they need supportive housing. So the folks that will be moving into these units in this building, in this neighborhood, struggle more severely, clearly, than many. But many of those struggles that they have are being lived out by many of the people in that neighborhood today. So this is not a big stretch. This is a necessity in our city, as has been stated very eloquently by Councillor McKean and others many, many times over. So I think, as per the question of the land use, which Councillor Essinger rightly focuses on here, this is an appropriate use of this piece of land, notwithstanding the people who will live there. So I will support this fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm going to be really quick here. I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work that Councillor Esslinger has done in terms of, I think, demonstrating. I think she's in a tough position. You know, at the end of the day, I'm going to support this. I'm going to support this because Council said as Councillor Knack said, we need 16% affordable housing in every neighborhood, and that means all of us will have these conversations, and it does require, I think, the hard work Councillor McKean spoke to, and it requires a little bit of faith, and that's something we have to earn. But I think we've had these problems again and again. We've been trying to get under our challenges with homelessness, with housing, with our healthcare system, with the justice system. And it starts by addressing a fundamental need within communities, which is for people to be housed with dignity. And so I hear the skepticism, I hear the skeptics, but I know Councillor Esslinger has done her due diligence, and I know that these conversations are hard, and I've got conversations ahead with my own communities, and I will hear these similar perspectives. And it does require some bravery. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that what we've heard today is heartbreaking. And I have absolutely full compassion for people's fears and for their experiences and their deep concerns. It's real. This is an imperfect world, and we have imperfect solutions. And there is nothing that we can say that is going to comfort someone who has very real and painful experience. It's just not going to happen. We are the inheritors of decades and decades, and maybe even centuries of poor decisions, of people who keep kicking the can down the road and keep the circumstances of suffering alive. And it's getting worse. And so someone has to stand up and say, it stops now. And it can't just be one council. And it can't just be one government. But it does have to be something that we all decide together. And there are no perfect answers. We're adding to the stress of a family for sure. There's no doubt about it. And the goal is to save as many lives as possible and to save money, because we won't have to put people in jail. We won't have to put people in the hospital. We won't have to clean up the impacts of doing nothing. There's no great answer. And unfortunately, this is the best answer we have. And for that, I apologize. We are left with little choice, but someone, sometime, somewhere, has to stand up and say, no more of this. And that's what we have to do. And that's what we're doing today. And that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Nicol, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
Wasn't going to say anything, but I thank the other councillors for their comments and reflections. First and foremost, the question before us is, does an apartment building make sense on this site? And the answer to that question is, yeah. It's not lost on us, though, that the context of that is a series of policy decisions that have been referenced around an inclusionary approach to housing, and those are land use and public policy considerations that guide what might happen here and on any one of a number of other similarly zoned sites around the city. And, this council, the last couple of councils have worked pretty hard to juggle that question that's been referenced today of where does it make sense to put the variety of and full spectrum of housing that's needed in this city for all the folks who need different kinds of housing. And we have decided, and I know this is repeating what was said, but it's important to be crystal clear about it, that it doesn't make sense to have all that housing in one place. And that you do want to make sure that it is distributed and that there are options for it around the city for a variety of public policy reasons. But I think that there is still real stigma and fear around what it means to have supportive housing and neighbors who are struggling. And I think the other take on this is that there are people who are struggling in every kind of housing with mental health and addiction challenges that aren't being met. And in fact, supportive housing done right is actually some of the best housing you'll find, and ultimately people on the path to healthier living, precisely because the supports are built in for complex challenges of trauma, addictions, and mental health. And that's why done right, it works well, and that's why we've said that good supportive housing is critical in the whole housing portfolio. And that means it's got to go in various places, and we challenged our staff to find pieces of land where it made sense, including in the civic inventory. And so again, first and foremost, the question is, does it make sense to have a mid-rise apartment building on this site? And the answer is yes. Ought we to discriminate on the basis of income or socioeconomic status or any of the other factors that are overrepresented among our vulnerable population on who can actually inhabit that house? Well, thank goodness that is against the law for us or any other council to discriminate on that basis. So that question's not properly before us today. I understand it is a fear in the community, but it is not the question before us today. And that prejudice against people who are struggling has been a barrier to precisely the help that people need to break these cycles of violence in our community and in our province and in our country. And so each one of these, site by site, we have to remind ourselves of that work and those commitments and those decisions that council has made. And again, with gratitude to ward councillors answering those questions all the time when these proposals come forward, and to and a nod to Councillor Essinger specifically on this, echoing what others have said, and reinforcing Councillor McKean and Councillor Walters, who've gone way out on a limb to make these points over and over and hold us all honest to the commitments that we've made as a council when these questions come before us. So probably said too much, but obviously I'll be supporting this. Stop there, take the chair back.
Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Esslinger to close.
I think enough has been said. I think in closing, I would just say thank you to the many community members that have spoken up and shared their concerns. And hopefully together we're going to make a stronger community and we'll support those in need. And I just want to say thank you for coming and speaking today and for the many emails and conversations I've had around this, because it really does share that they're passionate about their community and they want to see what's best for it. And as we work together, I believe this will be a great addition. Thank you.
Please vote. Thank you. Display the vote. Carried.
And I will move second reading of 3.5.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading. Display the vote. Carried.
And I will move consideration for third.
Second.
I'll just test unanimous consent. Any objections? Not hearing any. Then move third reading, please.
I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19504.
Second.
Thank you.
We have all the votes except for we have all the votes. Thank you.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, next up is the King Edward Park item.
Mr. Mayor, even though there are no speakers in opposition, I do have a number of concerns to be brought forward by the community for administration.
Okay.
And then Ms. McGee perhaps could answer them under new information. So if we could get the presentation?
Yeah, let's get the presentation, and then we still have, was Ms. Tang able to join us?
Yes, I believe she's on the line.
Okay, yeah, she wishes to speak to it as well. So we'll get the presentation, then we'll see if there are questions for the applicant, then Ms. Tang, then questions of city planning. So in that order, starting with the presentation, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll have Ms. Holly Mickelson provide the presentation. Thanks.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, proceed, please.
Good afternoon. This is an application in King Edward Park to rezone a site south of White Avenue and east of Mill Creek Ravine from A Metropolitan Recreation Zone to PU Public Utility Zone and the RA7 Low-Rise Apartment Zone in order to allow for new residential development and accommodate an existing drainage facility. Next slide, please. This application also includes proposed amendments to the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay and the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan. The applicant's intent is to develop a 4-story residential building with 30 units of supportive housing. Next slide, please. This application was originally submitted in late 2018. Notices of the application were sent on 2 occasions in January 2019 and again in July 2020. Each time we notified about 380 property owners and received comments in opposition from 2 and 5 residents respectively. The common concerns were around removal of parkland and community amenities, potential for crime, tenure of the building, and impacts to property values. In August 2020, administration led online engagement via an Engaged Edmonton webpage. The site was up for 4 weeks, and in that time frame, there was 69 site visitors, 1 neutral response, 5 in support, and 10 in opposition, citing many of the same concerns that we heard when we notified the 2 previous times. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning allows for a compatible built form similar to those across 82 Avenue and the walk-up apartments to the east and west along the same arterial corridor. This close proximity to a budding rapid transit service on 82nd Ave adds to the suitability of the site for medium-density residential development. Next slide, please. The North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan designates generally flat land located above the valley break, escarpment, or the crest of the river valley, or ravine as upland areas. This application proposes to apply the PU zone above the top of bank line and the RA7 zone area beyond that. The portion of the site to be zoned PU will remain within the boundary of the North Saskatchewan River Valley ARP. Next slide, please. The residential infill guidelines offer guidance for the portion of the site proposed for RA7. This site meets the residential infill guidelines locational criteria for low-rise apartments. The application to rezone the portion of the site to RA7 aligns with the city plan by proposing added residential density along this segment of 82nd Ave, a primary corridor in the city plan. The proposed rezoning further aligns with other policies of the city plan by protecting, preserving, and enhancing natural areas and the river valley, optimizing existing infrastructure and established neighborhoods, and by offering housing choices. Next slide, please. The proponent intends to accommodate up to 30 residential dwellings under the RA7 zone on a 0.22 hectare site. The use of the standard zone would accommodate the applicant's desired built form and intended application of supportive housing use. Next slide, please. The west portion is an EPCOR drainage odor control facility. The drainage facility is intended to remain unaltered and owned by the City of Edmonton. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this rezoning and associated amendments in order to allow for new residential development and accommodate an existing drainage facility. The site is appropriately situated on a primary corridor, suitable for the proposed zoning, and aligns well with goals and objectives of the city plan. This is an opportunity to rezone a piece of vacant land surplus to city needs, helping the city reach the goal of creating 600 units of supportive permanent housing by 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have questions, Councillor, for Ms. Kajener or Ms. McGee, or your questions for the planners? Okay, maybe under new information. Okay, Ms. Tang, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for having me here. I think a lot has been said already earlier, and so I just want to stress that at some point, this Council has decided that housing is a priority, and I'm fully aware of what kind of housing on the spectrum of housing this will be. And I think this is critically needed for the most marginalized Edmontonians, a lot of whom do camp out year-round in the ravine, which is all around this area. And I think the need to distribute across the city housing options is long overdue. We know from 24/7 crisis diversion data that hotspots are coming up beyond the inner city. And I think COVID this year, we've also seen this issue being exacerbated. People who are now struggling are everyday Edmontonians, lost their jobs during this year, lost their homes. And I guess I'm here just to say that I certainly would like to see something like this move forward. I live here, been talking about this with my neighbors, been paying attention to the engagement process for a while. And we also know that, every year during Mill Creek cleanup, we come across campsites all the time. And folks are not accessing the existing services out there, perhaps for a variety of reasons. Perhaps they can't find the right kind of support for them. Perhaps they don't find choice, sense of control, or purpose in the services that's out there. And I personally have a lot of hope for this particular project, and I also recognize, Last week, I was at committee speaking to the initiative Recover for Urban Wellness. One of the outcomes of that project is to say that things like housing, for example, is not necessarily the end. It's not like you give someone a house and that solves all of the issues, but recognizing that it is a means to bigger outcomes like connection and meaning and purpose. And I think in my experience, the really strong supportive housing models, as many of you have already mentioned, with staff, on-site staff, and with, that community within that housing will seek to connect residents with those kinds of individual outcomes. But often those things don't happen isolated in one building. And it's not limited just to those particular residents or particular staff or organizations. And there really needs input, and not just input, but involvement from the local communities and businesses. And I will actually, recommend whoever, ends up being the designer for this to kind of take a look at the Recover Urban Wellness Framework and look at the outcomes and what are some of the ways to get to those outcomes. Because to me, that's a big design challenge. People don't know what they don't know. And in the absence of what they don't know, they're going to make judgments based on, I think, the experience. And if it's a bad experience they have, that will be their basis for how they judge something. So I just think we have tools like the framework to have different kinds of conversations with Edmontonians, not so much whether or not you approve of having certain kinds of people in the neighborhood, but what does inclusive community look like with people from a variety of backgrounds, from different socioeconomic class and race, et cetera. And I guess finally, I just want to say that the challenges that's been identified, I don't think they're insurmountable. Again, I think there are design challenges that needs to be considered and actively, discussed with local people, with local, with the neighbors around that area. And this particular site has had a history of strong partnerships between residents, in particular those who share the same back alley, with service providers, the Yes agency across the street. So I do believe that something positive can come out of this. I live here, and I have to believe that there's a productive way forward. So that's all. That's all I will say.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Tang? Not seeing any. Thank you for those comments. We'll now go to questions of administration.
Certainly. So, Mr. Pollock, let's start with some of the material reasons for the site. So these are some of the basic questions that deal with the function or the of the zoning. From a drainage, some concerns that were raised were a drainage concern. Can we address those issues with regards to adequate drainage from this site? Because it was meant to be kind of a functional, I guess, drainage area, was it not?
For sure. I'll get Mr. Jatinder Tawana to answer those questions specifically to drainage.
Oh, that's what you were pointing at as the clock.
Yeah.
Okay,
so, but
sorry,
I thought
it's 3:30.
I'd keep going if you wanted me to keep going.
Do you want to finish this round and then we'll take the break? Or do you want to pause?
Let's pause. I think
Okay.
everybody could, today, I think people need a bit of a break.
Yeah, I'm managing multi-front thing here.
Yeah, so
myself
let's
right
take a
now.
break.
So, okay, let's take the break. We'll come back and start your time fresh. Thanks. Let's, yeah, questions of admin, Councillor Nicol?
So let's start with the potential loss of drainage on this site that it was originally used for. So if we could have Mr. Saeed talk about that quickly.
That'll be Mr. Tawana.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tawana. Yeah, I'm Saeed. We'll talk about him later. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Councillor. This site does not have any drainage service connections. Upon development, they would be storing on site and releasing it to a big sewer along 82nd Avenue. So it'll be a controlled release. Capacity-wise, there are no concerns as regards storm or for sanitary, that matter.
Thank you very much, and I'm kind of aware of the pipe that's under there. So in terms of priorities for environmental land, some constituents has expressed a loss of that space as for park usage and so on. Where, Mr. Pollack, would you place this kind of on a priority as an environmental reserve?
So it's above the top of bank, which is through the ravine system. It is less significant when it comes to environmental reserve, and we can't exactly take it through environmental reserve either.
Yeah, and given that it's right next to the creek, it is a question of quality, is it not? This is not what we would deem as high quality land as it presently sits.
Between the site and the ravine itself is that drainage infrastructure, so it's discontinuous as well. So it's mainly functioning as an open field next to a large capacity roadway right now.
Some constituents have raised and we've heard this almost every time, about the height of the building with regards to its impact, sun, shadow, and so on. What is the administration's takeaway on those impacts?
I'll let Ms. Mickelson answer those questions.
Hi, Councillor Nicol. So the building would be about 4 stories in size, and that's the applicant's stated intent as well. We wouldn't see a significant shadow impact of a building that size, especially given that it fronts onto White Avenue, and it's got the road in between anything to the north.
And can we talk a little bit about parking on site and or egress and so on? Were there any issues raised on that front, or anything we need to change on that?
So there were concerns from the residents that brought up about parking and access. I'll let Mr. Faisal Saeed get into the details, but there is lane access, which is an expectation of zoning like this in the core.
Yes, that's correct. So the access will be off the lane, and overall access-wise, it is the site is in a very good location next to roadway that is identified as a future transit avenue, rather frequent transit avenue. Sorry. It does have a requirement to construct a shared use path connection and also a walkway connection west of 93rd Street.
So with my last minute and a half here, the concern that was raised most was not necessarily about usage, but it was about concentration of usage, which Ms. Inkpen would probably agree with me is a legitimate land use consideration. It's not about the actual usage of the site, but we've heard an example before. For example, Councillor McKean raised how many pharmacies can you put in a certain neighborhood and not have kind of an impact? So what is our response to that general community concern with regards to concentration of usage, given that we're having a number of these projects put into the ward?
So just to clarify, Council, is the question about the supportive house use or the apartment housing use?
It's that supportive housing use. We have the Yes Shelter across the street. We have Cisco over by Ritchie and so on. There's getting this cumulative impact that people are beginning to get concerned about. It is not a question that they don't want it. They're just a question of the concentration of use.
For sure, Councillor. So as mentioned before, there's an overall 16% target for each of the neighborhoods that was evaluated through this application, and we're still under that threshold.
And I guess with regards to the specific site, even though it's not a land use consideration, I was wondering if Ms. McGee could talk about the actual facility itself, and sometimes we have good neighbor agreements that exist between a particular development and the neighborhood. But I'll allow her to comment that under new information, Your Worship. I'm out of time.
More questions? Did you need another round, Councillor, or are you good?
Just Ms. McGee under new information.
Under new information, okay. Okay, so Ms. McGee, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. Councillor Nicol with questions, go ahead.
So, Ms. McGee, two quick questions. Some constituents were asking about if there was going to be any commercial on site. You heard that on the previous application. So is it my understanding that there's an agency on site, and that's kind of where one of the consideration of a commercial application would be?
Yes, that's correct. That would be the service space provided to the agency, which they would operate out of just to serve the individuals living in the building.
Okay. With regards to your understanding, is it your intention to develop a good neighbor agreement? And if so, what does that entail?
Yes, there is a good neighbor agreement that has been drafted in the framework. The final agreement is done to include the support service provider when the sites are under development. That procurement process will involve committing to a particular agency that will be on site. They will be party to that agreement, but the framework for the agreement has been part of the public engagement. As part of the engagement, the intention of that agreement, which is really to lay out very, very clearly what is processes, who to connect with. It's a relationship, and it's one that gets reinforced regularly as the project goes through years and the neighborhood changes. We want to make sure that it's current. So an aspect of it is a means to keep it current, and then escalation should anything arise, that the neighborhood can feel confident about who to call about what and what the expected turnaround time is on things. But it's also about really leaning in and establishing opportunities for the building itself and the residents, as well as the community, to be proactive about building relationships. This particular area, there was indication that there was an interest certainly to involve the residents in this building in the community league and community events. So it also establishes an ability to kind of maintain that those contacts and establish ongoing relationships.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. I think it's quite important that you put that on the table when these sorts of projects move forward. Would you not agree that it helps, open lines of communication and thereby reducing what perceived impacts might be of the particular usage?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the establishment of relationships with the operators and then local community that they're in is very, very important. Sometimes the language gets attributed, whether it's an agreement, an MOU, or the structure of it, but the intention is very clearly, and what's been shared with the community is one of entering into a relationship where there's a commitment to be a good neighbor and to have both that and the communication, which is really important in ensuring that continues to occur, is what's the communication between parties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I'll try to be real quick here, but Ms. McGee, I've heard of examples where the people living in a supportive housing facility were tasked and volunteered to shovel walks in the general area. You've heard of that sort of thing too?
Certainly, there's. I think the more we think about all of this work in the context of, residents in community doing the kind of things that we like to do in our communities, and some of that involves volunteering, getting involved in events, and at the same time not making that a requirement, because everybody's got, I think, their own interest in kind of how they communicate how they connect in community. But we've got lots of really good examples of proactively residents in community doing volunteer work and being part of their neighborhood.
Yeah, and are there good neighbor agreements ever had it go the other way, where the community or volunteers are actually supporting the facility itself?
In my experience, the best kind of agreements of this nature are ones that really are fundamentally most about solid communication protocols, how we solve problems going forward, but not necessarily requiring groups to behave in this way or that. Neighborhoods evolve, individuals in neighborhoods change. So when we think about what a good neighbor agreement is, and in the context of what a neighborhood might reciprocate, it is as unique to that neighborhood and the volunteers and what they're interested in participating in. And when I just honestly, when we start there, we can develop some really positive relationships and find opportunities that we might not even actually contemplate at the time that we're actually doing this pre-development work.
And I find myself compelled to ask again, and I'll try to stop this in the future, but this one is 30 units, I think. Was it constraints on the site that kept it quite low as far as the number of units?
It was a similar approach that I spoke to at an earlier item. As we looked at all of these sites, we also started the consultation and the engagement at a point prior to some of the changes that reduced the requirement for parking. And we haven't adjusted our numbers on any of these sites because we are really authentically wanting to engage with community. And what we talked about in community was the projects that are being discussed today.
Yeah, and would it be your argument, sort of generally speaking, that a modest proposal has more likelihood of being accepted and being successful than trying to do a large-scale supportive housing facility somewhere?
I think there's more of a general narrative that scale somehow is negative and increased scale. I have seen, as I've said, really, really great examples of larger scale projects, but there's no doubt that some of the questions we get are about scale.
Right. Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee.
Any other questions for Ms. McGee? Any other new information? Not seeing any. Councillor Nicol?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd happy to move closure on items 3.6 and 3.7. And I'll be happy to close on it as well.
Second from Councillor Banga. Well, let's vote on closure of the hearing and then speak to first reading once we get it on there. So please vote on closure. Display the vote, please. Carried. First reading.
I'll be happy to put first reading on the floor of such both items.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Thank you. Okay, speaking to it, go ahead.
I just have comments to close, Mr. Mayor, but I guess I'll...
Okay, I'll see if there's anybody else wishing to speak. Go ahead to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I've said it many times in council and other places that I feel that I'm one of the luckiest councillors in the city because of the composition of my ward. If there were communities that would be accepting of supportive housing and other initiatives like on homelessness and so on, it is my northern communities. And it has not been without disagreement. It has not been without concern, and it has not been without some fundamental opposition to this project. But what we were able to do is we were able to reach out from my office to supplement the community engagement by administration and the applicants to kind of weather the storm and to manage some of those concerns. So let's be very clear about this, even though it was in the past. And I'm going to read a comment here because it is important. It is important to me and it's important to many of the people who were in opposition. And I'll quote, "Because of the process was flawed from the beginning, there was no apology or sense that it would be restarted. This was an indication to me that between the mayor and the city management, it was a done deal and that community stakeholder input was nothing more than a gesture easily interpreted, unfortunately, as a one finger." Now, if you recall, I was not happy with the initial way we came about to this process, but I explained to my constituents, what's done is done, we have to move forward. And once that was finished, then we could start dealing with the mechanics of the situation and to mitigate some of their concerns. So, Mr. Mayor, you did say earlier today, and I'm just going to paraphrase some of your comments, because if we just take it as a building and as a zoning, it now makes perfect sense. There should be no opposition to this building and to this zoning, as it fits and checks off all the appropriate boxes. So it is not about the form. And we know very clearly we cannot talk about, because it's not a legitimate land use consideration, about the people inside the building. That is not what is at issue, even for my constituents. So it's not about the form of the building, and we really can't talk about the people inside the building. But there is this ongoing concern of the impacts of the usage and the concentration of usage of such sites. Now, this does not mean we cannot remedy this. This does not mean we cannot answer this. This does not mean we cannot fix this. But we have to roll up our sleeves, and it just doesn't end here today. Just because we've zoned it and they're going to build it and people are going to be inside it does not mean my office or administration, the work does not stop here. It has to keep going. And as many of you heard, that I'm a person who always worries about the mechanics of the situation. And it's not about today, it is the question of managing the day after we make the decision. And I think with the community leagues that I have up there, the neighborhoods that I have up there, I think this can work very, very well. I'm committed to making it work. I'm committed, like I told Ritchie Community League with regards to Cisco, if I have to come down there myself and help them out and do the lifting, I will. And that was my commitment to them, and my commitment is still here for this project as well. Because now that we're going to make this decision, of course I'm going to support it. Now that we make this decision, it's the day after. And there are answers, there are solutions, and there are ways we can make this work. But certainly it's going to take doing things differently. There's no question about that. And it's going to take, we got to measure what we're going to do, and then we can hold people accountable on both sides of the fence. It is difficult because we heard a previous speaker talk about the perceived impacts and the personal impacts that may have on individuals' lives. And I get that. I understand that very, very well. But the file has to keep moving forward. We can't stop. So I'm quite happy to support this. And I know my community leagues and the majority of people in my ward are. So with that, I will close, Mr. Mayor. And hopefully, I'm optimistic as to getting this approved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes except for for Councillor Cartmels.
It just popped up and I sent it. I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.6 and 3.7.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes except for Councillor Cartmels, which might be on the way, but if you could say your...
I think he votes in Newfoundland. Display the vote.
I'm trying.
I know.
Received it.
I think it just gets routed through Newfoundland, maybe. That extra half hour. Display the vote. That's carried. Consideration?
I'll move consideration for third on item 3.6 and 7.
Second.
Any objection to third reading? Hearing none.
I'll
Move
move
third reading.
third and final reading on bylaw 18869 and charter bylaw 18870.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay. Next is 3.8, the Terrace Heights item. Councillor Henderson just had a quick question of.
Well, I didn't need a presentation. We just had a quick double check that I needed to do back on it, if that's
Go ahead.
all right. But
For
I think my
admin or the applicants?
For the applicant. I'm thinking Ms. Kajaner is probably the one best positioned to answer. It is, and I know she's well aware of this. I just wanted to check what the status was. To give a bit of background, this site was a little bit complex in that the South Edmonton Area Community Leagues were obligated to build a parking lot as part of the skate park, and had finally raised all the money to do that when we arrived and said we think we may want to do something else with this site. So we had made commitments to them that we wouldn't leave them out in the cold on that obligation and that. And I saw, the only reference I saw in the report was to moving the parking lot to the west of the skate park, which I didn't think is what we've been talking about. So I really just wanted to do a double check back on that commitment and what's going to happen and make sure we can stand by that.
Thanks, Councilor Henderson. I'll actually ask Mr. Pinches to respond. Sorry.
So, Councillor Henderson, you're asking about why it ended up west of the skate park?
Well, I just want to do a double check back on all of that because of that complexity. There's a conversation we started 2 years ago with the association. So I want to make sure that that's all still playing out. Everybody's still aware of how it's happening, and it will all be good in the end.
Yep, absolutely. So there was, you're right, probably 3 conversations going on, and you did the right thing connecting us with SECLA, and we've been working with IIS on the intervening land, which was a park concept that's been advanced and approved, and as well as that outstanding accessory parking lot for the skate park. But the location, as you noted, is now going to be west of the Capilano skate park and access off of Terrace Road, I believe. And then the housing development will likely have access off that rear laneway. And that was all worked through with our transportation planners here at the city. And that parking lot is not on deck to be built next year, but actually in 2022 now.
And SECLA's aware of all of this, and they signed off on that? Good.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard anything. I just wanted to check that we, and the question of how that parking lot gets financed is still all under control, because that was one of their worries. They had raised a whole bunch of money, some of which they were going to lose if we delayed the whole project. And we had made a commitment that they'd be taken care of on that, and I wanted to make sure that was still the case.
Yeah, the parking lot will be fully funded by the city, and the planning for the community garden has already begun.
Perfect. Great. Good news. I just thought I should do a double check back. And with that, unless there's any other questions, I'm happy to move closure of the public hearing.
Let me just check for new information. Hearing none. Go ahead to move closure.
Move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Please vote. Here it comes.
We are good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried.
And I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 19501, and I'll speak to it really quickly.
Second.
Please go ahead on first reading. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of background for everybody, because I think, we were a little bit lucky because Ms. Kajaner came to me a while ago with a couple of possible sites in here, and we were able to go to SECLA, and and get them on board fairly early on. Obviously, it didn't involve a larger discussion with the community, but we had we probably had a bit more time on this one. And they were supportive from day one, as long as we could not leave them in the lurch for something they've been trying to deal with for a long time, which was a parking lot we were insisting that they build. So I don't want to pretend that there hasn't been pushback in the neighborhood. I think there has. I think there's still a lot of concern out there, and in part because there's a bit of history, not ironically with affordable housing in the sense that we're talking about it, or supportive housing, but on some of those informal, dare I say, slum housing problems. One of them was the Patricia Hotel that we finally got closed down and knocked down, and the other one was another building that happily burnt down. But there were a lot of issues that had come up in the neighborhood related to those two buildings, and I think, as we're seeing in other areas, that had created fear in the community amongst some people. And I think understanding this is a totally different project that actually has the supports in place and isn't that kind of kamikaze kind of product that creates a lot of the problems that I think we're all trying to avoid with this, I think has made a difference. I will say that I think what is absolutely critical, just to echo what Councillor Nicol was talking about, is the ongoing conversations with good neighbor agreements and what actually happens when we get more precision about what's going in there and understand who the operator is. I've had really, really good experience in the ward a number of years ago with another supportive housing project that had actually been resisted by another neighborhood and ended up shifting into the ward. And there was such good work done by that organization and going in and talking to the community and explaining what was happening and then staying in touch with them. It almost went off the rails at one point when an accidental message went out that they weren't going to be sharing information. But that was very quickly rectified, and the result has been a really good news story in that circumstance. So I have an experience of what can happen when there's really good communication between the folks that are there, the folks that are operating the building, and the community, and that goes on. So I think we will be in good shape as long as this is not the end of the discussion with the community, but really just the beginning. And hopefully that'll assuage some of the concerns that I know are still out there. I'm surprised there's nobody came and spoke to this today. I expected there would be some. But it started with a lot of good support from the community. And hopefully those that are still worried and concerned and have the fears that we've heard about today can be assured by the ongoing conversation that hopefully will happen once an operator is chosen and we get more sense of what's actually going to happen in the building. So with that, thanks to everybody who worked on the public engagement for this. I know it wasn't fun. But I think the fact that we're sitting here today the way we are is a tribute to that work. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Move second reading of 3.8.
Second.
On second reading, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
I move consideration of third reading, 3.8.
Second.
Any objection to proceeding with third reading? Not hearing any, then please move
Then I will
third
move
reading.
third reading of Charter Bylaw 19501.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading. And display the vote. Carried. Okay, next up is the Kiniski Gardens item.
We'll have
Presentation on
Mr.
that.
Rod Hendricks present.
Hello again, Council and Mr. Mayor. How's my sound?
Good, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Good, thank you. Items 312 through 314 pertain to a plan amendment and the rezoning of land in the Kiniski neighborhood in southeast Edmonton, as well as the removal of the municipal reserve designation from the property. Item 312 pertains to the MR removal and is a prerequisite to the approval of items 313 and 314. Slide number 1 shows the total site involved in the MR removal. The northern half of the site will be retained as municipal reserve and will have the MR designation reapplied to the land as part of the subdivision process. This will be illustrated more clearly in later slides regarding the rezoning. School park site in Kiniski Gardens has been assembled since the early 1980s for the purpose of providing a home for 2 schools and a neighborhood park space. Since that time, St. Kateri Catholic School has been developed on the northern part of the site, and the Public School Board declared their portion of the site surplus to their needs in 2009. Subsequently, as part of the standard surplus process, the City of Edmonton reviewed the site and determined that there was also no municipal need for the site. The removal of the MR designation from the certificate of title is part of the process of preparing the site for sale. A public offering has been completed and a report will be brought to Executive Committee in January of 2021. The plan amendment proposes to redesignate the southernmost portion of the school park site to institutional use. Slides 2 and 3 show the land in context of the Burnwood Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, which was originally approved in 1980. If Madam Clerk can toggle the slides back and forth a couple times, it will highlight the site for ease of reference. Slide number 4 shows the subject lands in more detail within the context of the surrounding lands and the zoning. The rezoning proposes to change the land from AGU, Urban Reserve Zone, to AP, Public Park Zone, and US, Urban Services Zone. The subject site represents the southernmost 2.2 hectares of the school park site, of which 1.2 hectares represents the surplus school envelope. An application to subdivide the site has been reviewed by administration. A fence will be required to demarcate the 2 parcels as part of the approval. As can be seen in this slide, the property is located at the northwestern corner of the intersection of 2 collector roadways, internal to the neighborhood but within 1 block of 34th Street, which is a major arterial roadway. Subject site is also surrounded by single detached housing under a variety of low density zones. This slide also illustrates very well the portion of the site that will be retained as municipal reserve and zoned AP Public Park Zone. Slide number 5 shows the subject site overlaid on an air photo and the surrounding zoning context. Here we can see that the surrounding lands are fully developed. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 4,402 surrounding landowners in April of this year. This represents the entire neighborhood. 13 responses were received, of which 3 were supportive and 10 opposed. A virtual open house was held at the end of October. The open house received 365 visits, of which 142 were informed and 47 were categorized as engaged. Of the responses received from the virtual open house, 33 expressed opposition. Common themes of the feedback were concerned about additional parking and traffic congestion, a desire to retain the land as park space, and a desire to know the proposed end use of the site. Administration supports this application as an appropriate use of land at this location and recommends that Council approve these bylaws. The surplus school site has long been intended to house an institutional use, and the requisite utility services and roadways have been planned to accommodate this. As such, the proposed change remains consistent with the neighborhood plan. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrichs. We will now hear from, let me just get on the right page here. We will now hear from Mr. Osadiak, or were you questions only?
Questions only.
Okay. How about Jagwinder Sidhu? Mr. Sidhu?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you guys
Go
You
ahead.
guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Satsuya Call, welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. This area, I'm speaking in, for this development. And particularly, I hope there's a school. And north of Ravine and south of White Mud, we have lack of schools. Thousands of students are going to diversified programs outside of here. And if all of them were to go to schools in the neighborhood, we'll probably need 4 or 5 more schools. And for that, we don't have enough funds. There are lack of sites. And these things are further, you can solve it, problems are compounded or worsened or antagonized by, of course, lack of funds and lack of sites, but also lack of sites are made worse by people having desires to monopolize, public funds. And I have met some bigots also who don't want these Muslims or Hindus or Jews or Sikhs moving in or whatever. A lot of stuff on the internet. But what I have seen here with the council, all 13 of you guys, and I've been seeing the hardest working politicians are the councillors and the mayor in the 28 years I've been in Edmonton. And I know you're going to do the right thing. We need more development. During COVID, we need $4 or $5 million coming into Edmonton. And I'm all rah for it. And I thank you again, working so hard, all of you guys. And I guarantee that if anybody, if there are any schools or anything like that is coming up, I guarantee that diversification makes the community more beautiful. And that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Sidhu? Councillor Nicol?
So, good afternoon, Mr. Sidhu. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir, and I'm still alive.
That's good to hear. So, Mr. Sidhu, there's kind of generally two concerns I've heard, and we'll hear some opposition to the repurposing of this site. And I'd like to know what your opinion is on these two things. First of all, people are unsure what's going to go on this site, which leaves a question of we just don't know, so there's a fear and a risk. But there's something else that has been raised, and something that's a personal issue of mine is loss of community green space. And even though this site has always been meant to be utilized as a school site or something along those lines, how would you respond to people in the neighborhood about their feeling that this community green space needs to be protected?
Well, as I'm speaking for a school, I think inside the gym, let's say if there's a school, the gym will be available for the community. And there are other, 10, 15 acres there that are green. The 3 acres beside that are going to be green space and kept as park forever and ever. And I live in the area, I have lived here since 97. The ravine, the 4 kilometers of non-stoppage walking, that's a lot of greenery in this area. And I'm always there, even sometimes in the winter. So this north of ravine, we have a lot of green space. And yes, I would be against a high-rise apartment or something else. But if it's a school, 10, 15 people a day enjoying green space sounds very good. But 350 or 400 kids enjoying a school when they don't have to be in the bus for an hour, I think that outweighs that in my mind.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sidhu.
You're welcome, sir, and thank you.
Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Despite using the unmute button thousands of times, it still kind of gets lost on me. Anyhow, Mr. Sidhu.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you. So on this, there were 2 portions of the land when administration demonstrated the plan, I guess, and could you tell me where the school is supposed to be and where the park is supposed to be?
That's 2 years ago when it was decided. The corner is the school, and next door I think is a park area reserve.
Okay. And could you also explain why do you think this location is more suitable to you than any other location?
Well, we would love to have that location. Is that all these 390 children, their parents are Canadians, they pay taxes. Why, just because they need diversified education, why are they being bussed, just like in Boston, bussed out of the community and not within their community where their grandpas and grandmas can visit them at lunch hour, walk there, feed them lunch and go home, or walk them rather than being bussed? And, I'm an unhyphenated Canadian, and I think this lack of people's understanding about diversification, it really hurts me. And, I love Mother Canada, the way she has raised me, but then I meet people who are afraid of these things. I don't know why. So, these people need the schools in their own communities.
So, currently, you said there are about 390 students. And the school is from K to 12?
K to 12, and we are trying to get it. We don't know if we're going to get it or not, but we are trying to, tell people that, we would like to buy it, get it, but we don't know what's going to go on in January. And if not this, give us something else that's close by, so the kids don't have to be 1 hour in the bus. You know how much that hurts, that these kindergarten grade 1 children, 1 hour in the bus. And the other diversified schools also are a community, 1 hour, to the north side. There's 3-4 of other schools. Why can't we have this investment, $4, $5, $6 million schools coming down to the south side, making more things available for these schools? And there'll be a win-win-win situation for everybody. Just like everybody, other Tom, Dick, and Harry, our children need to go in the neighborhood also. Those children are not more special than mine, and my children are not more special than theirs. They're all Canadians. Give everybody an equal chance. 1981, multiculturalism, Constitution comes to Canada, but no, these kids are not as equal as the others because they have to be bussed out for their diversification and diversified education. I don't know what's with that.
So, could you comment on the catchment area for this school, like where all the people would be coming to the school from?
Oh, right now 90% are Millwoods, 10% are from the Northeast.
And my final question is about, I presume the school is currently working, and where is the school located to? Where are these people being bused to?
Farther than Capilano.
Okay, so you think this new location would decrease the travel time for a lot of folks?
Not only decrease the travel time, it will finally make us feel like not immigrants anymore. That we are Canadians, we are in this society and culture and this community embedded as Canadians, unhyphenated Canadians.
Okay, and I guess there will be some side benefits too for reduction of greenhouse gases, etc., etc.
Also, the community members, I don't care what color, religion they are, in the evenings they can use it for their volleyballs, their badmintons, their basketballs, because we are totally community-oriented people. I want that school to be humming till 9:30, 10 every night, and that's what my plan is. I talked to the Community League also, that we want the community-oriented school where in the evenings the adults can go and play volleyball and stuff, because I still can't give up sports even though I'm 63. So I would love to, do that kind of stuff in the evenings with the community people. And I let my feelings know to the Community League also that this is going to be a community-oriented, like a big community center, not as a school.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sidhu? Well, thank you, Uncle. Next up is Gunvir Singh Sidhu to answer questions only. Are there any questions for him? Not seeing any. Next then is Rocky Hansen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and councillors. I'm Rocky Hansen. I'm the president of the Burnwood Community League and have been for many years. I just want to let you know, Mr. Sidhu, that you are thought of as Canadian in our eyes and within our community. We've had ongoing discussions with Mr. Sidhu and his group for since 2016. They brought forth a plan that we, as a community league board, support and agree with. Our concerns are that if we vote that this land gets designated elsewhere, that we won't have control of what goes in there or won't have a say of what goes in there. So I'm quite happy with the plan that they've brought forth, and I think that it addresses the parking issues and some of the concerns that other community league residents have. And I also want to just say that I'm speaking on behalf of the community league board itself. I know there are several residents that are displeased with this, and there are some that agree with it. So I'd have some questions as to what our recourse is if we disagree with whatever proposed entity that's put in there.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hansen, Councillor Nicol.
Hi, Rocky. How are you been doing?
Good, Mike, yourself?
Digging ditches. But as we say in Millwoods, we're digging ditches. So, Rocky, how did you feel about the public engagement for this? Was it sufficient in your opinion? Because we know how people feel about green space down in Millwoods.
Yeah, I think the public engagement was reasonable. As with anything, you're only going to get a small sample of the residents come out to say their piece. We do like the green space in Millwoods and especially down there in Burnwood. However, like Mr. Sidhu said, we do have beautiful ravine that's close by as far as green space goes. What we also like is the fact that they proposed that they'll build another park there and shared accommodations with the gym and stuff for the community residents as well.
So your future vision for this site as the community league is you're also seeking some community amenities as this gets developed. Would that not be a proper reflection?
That's correct, Mike. I think that, in speaking with Mr. Sidhu and his group previously, they did mention that they would be willing to build a park in that area. And we do have a park there at Creeks Crossing, and it's a very minimal park at this time. And on our agenda to build another park there. However, with the city bureaucracy, it takes several years to get that done.
Rocky, in your opinion, how much of the concern that was generated from people in opposition was centered around the fact they just didn't know the final outcome or what was finally going to be put on that site?
That's definitely a big concern, Mike, and that's a big concern with us as a board as well. I think a lot of the other concerns are parking and parking related issues, and I think that transportation's help and the plans that were in place with the school, I think they were somewhat addressed.
Okay. Is there anything you want to add, Rocky?
No, that's good, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Banga.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Rocky.
Thanks, Mo.
Anyway, so I understand there is some opposition in the community. Could you be able to tell me, when you talk to folks, did they clearly knew that if it was originally a school site?
Yeah, I think most people were aware that it is surplus school site, and I think that their understanding was that a school was potentially going to go there. However, I think, like Councillor Nicol had said earlier, I think there's a lot of apprehension as to what the final outcome will be.
Yeah, and then when you were answering Councillor Nichols' question there, that there is quite a bit of uncertainty about what is going to be there for the residents. Could you comment on, like, through all the engagement that was done, I thought it would be properly addressed.
Well, I think it's, you can address it to some extent, but until you know what the final product is, then you don't know the final outcome. And that's where we're worried. And I think that's where some of the community league members are worried as well, is that the final outcome is unknown. If it's a school and we know it's a school, then 100% we support it. If it's a strip mall and you know, some kind of other business like that, I'm not sure that we're on board with that.
Okay, so I understand there are lots of folks who would like to see this educational facility developed there. But could you tell me, most of the opposition was from which area?
I couldn't give you a breakdown on that, Councillor Banga. I know that a lot of the opposition has come via social media, and so I'm not 100% certain where a lot of the people are coming from.
Okay, so obviously you brought it up in your community league meetings. How does basically the community league thinks about this project?
Like I said, the community league board is very supportive of a school, and otherwise, like I said, we have some uncertainty as to what might go there and the unknown.
Okay, and did you had those usual concerns about the traffic, the parking, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, yes, I think that a lot of it was centered around the parking and the traffic in the neighborhood. It is kind of a main commuter road, however, it isn't a freeway. It's got, you know, four-way stop right there on that main intersection. So I think a lot of people are worried about the traffic in the parking.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hansen? Are there any questions for Mr. Hodgson? Not seeing any. Let's go then to Brad Smith, speaking in opposition. Mr. Smith, floor is yours.
Hi, thanks very much for allowing me to come and speak today, I guess. I would express some of the concerns that Rocky had spoken about. My wife and I, and she's not here, she would be with me on this call as well. We've discussed this at length, and we live right on 38A Avenue, just a few houses down from the corner property that's in question. It's been something that, first of all, we've seen our kids enjoy, all the kids on our street enjoy, and they probably get more traffic for people using that little corner piece of land than they do on the school fields and everything that are down there, from Frisbee football to soccer practices. We've noticed all kinds of it, as well as just the kids going over there to fool around all the time. So it's been well-used space, in my opinion, and it would be sad to see it go from that standpoint. The major concerns I know for me, we moved in 1992, so we've been in this home for 28 years, and we've noticed a significant increase in traffic over the course of the years. I don't even come to the four-way stop anymore and just take it for granted that I can go, because we've seen so many people go flying through that four-way stop that I would have been killed multiple times if I would have done that. And so that's a really busy place. There's 2 bus routes that go through there, which may in some ways make it appear to be a prime location for something, but at the same time, it's a very busy place. I'll go 3 or 4 minutes sometimes trying to turn out of my 38A Avenue onto 38th Street to get to the four-way stop for 4 or 5 minutes before I can actually get onto that road, depending on school bus traffic, all the people coming from Kateri School. It's a very, very busy place. And so I have major concerns about traffic, not only from the standpoint of just the busyness of what it could cause, maybe potential safety risks, but just the decrease in potential to property values. It's been busier and busier over the course of time. I built a rock garden in my front yard and enjoy sitting in my front yard because my backyard backs onto 38th Avenue, and it's getting so busy that to try to have a quiet conversation in my backyard is difficult. And so the increase in traffic over the course of the years is definitely a concern. And so the reason that I'm coming today is because just wanted to express those concerns, and I called into the city planner office, and they said to write a note in with statistics or reasons or whatever it might be. And yeah, I don't know, like, personal things for me are more important than statistics. It's a piece of land that's been enjoyed by multiple people, as witnessed by me over the course of 28 years. And I'd really hate to see that go. And that's beside, of course, my concerns about traffic and stuff like that. So, and we all know that depending on what you put on that corner, school, if it was originally school zoned, and they decided not to build a school there, well, I guess that means that they believe that there isn't a need for extra schooling. I can't actually speak to that, whether that's true or whether that isn't. That would be like a public or a Catholic school board decision. Now, I'm assuming that Mr. Sidhu is talking about private schooling of some type, which is, I can't speak to that either, but it's just something that makes me uncomfortable, I guess. And my wife and I were talking about it the other day. Is that one of those things that is the final thing where we decide we want to move from the area, and an area that we've actually enjoyed and been here for 28 years and raised our kids here. So that's kind of, I don't have any statistics to give you. I don't have anything like that I can say. It's just my feeling, and I don't think I'm alone. I wish there would be more people that would say that. Rocky mentioned that there's lots of people that are in opposition to it, but I don't know whether there's been anything written in by them or not. But my wife and I felt compelled today just to come and let you know that we would prefer to see it as actually park space and left as green space. And I know the ravine that they're talking about, it's beautiful, but that's quite a long walk from our house, which is fine, not a big deal. But you can't play soccer in a ravine. You can't play baseball in a ravine. I've hit my golf clubs over there, from time to time. So it's a little bit different type of space. And I guess it would just be a shame, in my opinion, to lose that space. And it would be really creating a congestion that I would have to deal with on a daily basis when leaving my residence to go anywhere. So thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Questions? Councillor Nicol?
Thank you very much. Can I call you Brad? You still there?
Absolutely, yes.
So, Brad, I hear you. I hate losing green space, and I know this council has heard me go on and on over the years about surplus school sites and the need to preserve community green space. But I'm not sure you're aware, because I've been beaten down with this phrase quite a few times, that these vacant school building envelopes we've been considered temporary. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, and it just says right up that may be lost in the future. So the question becomes, I'll ask about the traffic impact question with regards to the usage, the potential usages that could be on this site, because I do agree with you that that's a pretty bad corner. But would you be open to the possibility, if, for example, if we did have another usage there, that we might have an amenity improvement on that site, and perhaps better than what I've often heard is called green asphalt, because it's not used half of the year because of the winter.
Neither are any of the other school fields.
Yeah, true.
kids are out there, so that's kind of a moot point. But it is what it is in the country that we live in, that sometimes space doesn't get used. I mean, my wife and I went out snowshoeing on that with our dog just on Friday night.
Oh, right on, right on. Well, it is tough. It is tough, and are you also aware that the city has surplus inventory of land, and it's looking to, well, given our budget considerations, leverage some of that land out so we can supplement our income. Are you aware of that's part of kind of the focus on some of this inventory that we want to better utilize?
Yeah, and that would make sense. I mean, that's something that my wife and I talked about. It's more in taxes if you put the space, you utilize the space. I guess it's, maybe not so much cost because you don't have to cut grass there anymore, as well as, you're getting some kind of a tax back from whoever purchases the property. So it's true. And I guess after listening to like the entire meeting up until this point, and it's one of the questions that came across my mind is when it's right in your backyard, it's more personal to you than anybody else, I guess. And that's the thing, I mean, even when it's questionable, and you're talking about the housing issue with the lady that was so passionate earlier today, and it's, everybody views things differently and everybody has a different story, obviously. But if you built that in your backyard, are you going to be okay with that as well? I guess everybody's going to have a different answer to it. Maybe there isn't a right answer or a wrong answer to it. I don't know. But it's been personal to me for 28 years, and it would be very disappointing for me. I'm just being honest, for even understanding all those factors, that it would be disappointing to lose.
And Brad, thank you very much for coming down today. Never feel that your voice is not unappreciated. We do, all of us do here, especially my office. And Councillor Banga used to chair Kiniski last term, and now this term at Kiniski is in my ward. So we both
the dividing line's pretty close there.
Yeah, so we understand really, really well what you are talking about. Hopefully we can get administration to maybe narrow down some of the concerns here for you, because I certainly don't want to see you in the mindset that you want to move. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. So, Mr. Smith, I lived in Jackson Heights area for 15 years, and actually I taught their program at Julia Kiniski School. Anyway, if you are commenting about the increase in traffic, in the city since 78, the traffic has gone way up. And is that a concern? Yeah, it is. But we can't go back to 1979 when there were 250,000 people. And then my question to you is, are you backing right on to this, I guess, park now and possibly a school later?
Yeah, nothing backs onto the park. Actually, if you were to look at the map, if I go down my street and I'm 4 houses down from that property, the street would go, if I went straight through, I would go driving right onto that piece of property that's in question, the one that's being rezoned to the U.S. Urban Services zoning. That's 38A Avenue. So 38th Avenue is the main avenue that goes to the stop sign. My backyard backs onto that 38th Avenue. So the street that I pull out of my crescent on, if I drove straight through, because it's a T intersection, would go straight onto that property that's in question.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that it would be a prime location for something. Could you elaborate on that? What would you like to see there?
I would love to see park there, to be honest. I propose like no changes or developed park space, but you know, that's why I'm here today, is to express that.
Okay, and did you, when you bought your house or built your house, did you realize what this land was for?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure whether the developer mentioned that it was zoned for school or not. I honestly don't know. When we bought here, there wasn't anything developed south of us when we bought here. So pretty much everything south of 38th Avenue on the west side of 34th Street was undeveloped at that point. And so, and then of course a lot of the stuff, well, no, there was some stuff on the other side of 34th Street, but yeah, most of everything developed after us there. So it was a relatively undeveloped area when we moved here 28 years ago.
Okay, and my final question would be, when you mentioned the private school of some kind, could you tell me what difference does it make what kind of school it is? Whether it's
No, it doesn't, I guess.
or school of any other, I guess, whatever they are.
No, it doesn't matter. It would be, well, I guess there's no difference between one school and another.
Okay, and are there any other concerns other than, I guess, traffic? And of course, you are losing green space. And are there any other concerns that bother you about this?
No, I would say no. Those are the main two concerns that I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Smith? Not seeing any. We'll turn now to questions of administration. Councillor Nicol. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you to all of the speakers.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you, Your Worship, and thank you again to the speakers. So, okay, Mr. Pollock, let's start from the beginning here in terms of, can you maybe give us some history for the record? What was council's intention of putting this site up basically for sale?
For sure. So this site has been part of the surplus school site program for quite some time. In 2016, there was direction from council to look to sell it to a private school, which that deal fell apart. And then most recently in 2019, there was direction to sell it on the open market to a compatible land use.
So with regards to, can you narrow down, because we've asked the question, you've heard the major concern is what can be there, in terms of what is there now versus what the proposed changes the zoning brings, and what, for the record, what it means for possible uses on that site.
For sure. I'll let Mr. Rod Heinrichs tackle the use question.
Thank you, Councillor. Under the US zone, there's a relatively wide list of use opportunities. Under the permitted use categories, the most common uses for US zone are schools, parks, religious assemblies, libraries, things of that nature. Under the discretionary uses, you will also find opportunities for commercial schools, protective or emergency service facilities, even spectator sports or entertainment facilities, even indoor and outdoor participant sport recreation services. So those are all discretionary uses that would, from a development officer's perspective, he could refuse or approve based on the context and the surrounding neighborhood and how it would fit in.
So from administration's perspective, on a balance of probabilities, what would you want to see on that site in terms of a primary use?
Councillor Nicol, I'm just going to jump in here a little bit and just remind you that in this particular context, we're zoning for a full suite of uses. And so I know there's been quite a bit of discussion about a particular school or a particular use, but remembering that this is zoning into perpetuity and it does contemplate an array of uses.
Okay, I'll take that admonishment, and I will retract my question. So going back to some of the impacts of the zoning, let's talk about the traffic impact and with regards to some of the servicing that is required for this site. Were there anything of note? I do know, and Councilor Banga knows, that particular intersection is a problem intersection. We've heard from many, many constituents.
I'll ask Mr. Said to address the intersection and the traffic surrounding the site.
Councilor Nicol, as part of our review, we did the data collection at that intersection and also to the north at 41 Avenue, and did in-house analysis which demonstrated that the level of service and the level of congestion at that intersection is nothing out of ordinary. It is a collector road and carries about 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles per day, which is on the lower side of the threshold. In terms of urban services use, whatever land use goes in, the amount of traffic generated by that particular land use could be easily accommodated at that intersection.
At what point, Mr. Said, would we trigger something different with that intersection? What is the metric that we use to suggest that we have to change that intersection in terms of its performance?
There are a number of considerations. One that is the very basic is the number of turning movements and the conflicting movements. At this point, there are two major movements at that intersection: southbound left turn and the eastbound through turn in the AM peak. Knowing that that's the dominant movement of residents going out of the neighborhood in the morning. In addition to that, it is also the pedestrian activity may trigger a need for a pedestrian priority or a half signal. So there are a number of considerations, but I can at this point we don't see that, and it could be something that can be monitored in future should we reach to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. So my question is removal of municipal reserve designation and then changing zoning from AGU to AP and then to urban services. In the urban services, what else can be accommodated? Let's say somebody buys it and then try to build something other than what the residents in the area know at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, as we discussed earlier, the U.S. zone is, if the concerns are coming from a place of having commercial uses or something along those lines, the U.S. zone is not a zone that we see used very frequently for that, if at all. As we talked about earlier, the U.S. zone is an appropriate zone and used most commonly for institutional and community type uses like schools, religious assemblies, and things of that nature. So,
okay, and Mr. Said, traffic volumes. You said it will only make a minor impact. This new, use or zoning. Could you tell me, like, what are the performance metrics for that intersection right now, like in numbers, if you were to say the percentages?
Sure. So that intersection at the moment is at about 20-25% of the capacity. So it does have a lot of capacity that can be absorbed. And in terms of the level of service, we are looking at B2C level of service.
Okay. And for anybody else from administration, are there any other concerns that we should be aware of? It's a general question, but I know there is traffic, and then I guess what about drainage, etc., etc.
I can speak to the drainage aspect, Councillor. As regards, this was a proposed school site, so it has the infrastructure in the vicinity has adequate capacity to accommodate a future school use. There is a Kulawi Lake in the near vicinity that can accommodate storm flows, so there are no concerns from drainage perspective.
Councillor, just to add to Mr. Tawana's comments regarding the site. When the neighborhood was originally planned, it was planned to be a school site, so it was meant to handle the traffic and the drainage requirements of such a facility on the site. However, at the time and through time, it wasn't needed for the public or the Catholic School Board, which is why it entered the surplus school site. But in general, the compatibility of the proposed use in the U.S. zone matches what was planned originally for the neighborhood.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Any new information? Additional thoughts from any of the speakers? Not hearing any.
I'll move closure on items 3.12, 3.13, and 3.14.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Mr. Mayor. I just got to re-log in.
And Councillors Zadek and Cartmel, please.
Yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Closure is carried.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to move first reading on item 3.12, 3.13, and...
Recommendation first, Councillor.
I'm sorry,
Let's do
Tony.
the recommendation
I
on 312.
apologize. I'll move the recommendation.
Before the others.
In 3.12, sir.
I happily second it.
Okay, so on the recommendation in 312 first, which is the MR change required before the others, please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes. Thank you.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.13 and item 3.14 and be happy to close on it.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, then go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Certainly, and as this council knows, I'm never happy to remove community green space, but the policy is that we have put in front of us. The greatest concern that I've heard is the uncertainty with regards to the proposal that is out there for sale. So as that moves further down the pipe, I think some of those issues and concerns will be removed, and I'm hoping for a good outcome with regards to that. I can't speak much more to this except that we have to wait and see what comes down in terms of the offers for the final configuration in the ending for the uses of that site. So in that spirit, I'm just going to move that forward, Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading of the bylaws in 313 and 314.
Councillor Walters, please.
Yes.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.13 and 3.14.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move consideration for third of item 3.13 and item 3.14.
Second.
Please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
I guess I could have just taken consent for that, but display the vote. Carried.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
So I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19507 and charter bylaw 19508.
Second.
Please vote.
Good to go.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, that takes care of the Kiniski item. Next up, we've got Councillor Knack had selected, and we do have a few speakers on the Jasper Park item. So let's grab the presentation on that, please.
I'll ask Ms. Mickelson to present, please.
Good evening, I guess. This application is to rezone a site in the Jasper Park neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to the RF3 small scale infill development zone. The purpose of the RF3 zone is to provide for a mix of small scale housing for infill situations, which is applied to this site, which if applied to the site, could result in 4 principal dwellings with the multi-unit housing use. This would likely be developed in the form of row housing. Next slide, please. This application was submitted on August 21st, 2020. Notices were sent to surrounding property owners as well as the Community League on September 9th. And around the same time, an application webpage was posted on edmonton.ca. Of the 31 recipients, we received 3 flagging concerns, including that this application was not in keeping with the single detached residential nature of Jasper Park. Concern over privacy and shadowing impacts, concern over the impacts on existing infrastructure, and that this was not an appropriate location for row housing development. Administration also received correspondence from the Jasper Park Community League that they did not support the rezoning. Their preference would be for skinny houses with secondary suites. They stated that they did not agree with the previous council decision to remove locational criteria for multi-unit housing in the RF3 zone, as well as the approval of open option parking. Lastly, they feel that should this lot be developed as row housing, the maximum number of units should be reduced to 3, the site coverage should be reduced, and the interior setback should be increased. Next slide, please. The subject site is located 1 block west of 149th Street at the corner of 150th Street and 91st Avenue. The surrounding area is generally developed with single detached housing. Property to the west contained 2 new narrow lot homes. Apartment housing development zoned RA7, low-rise apartment zone, are found 1 block east of the site, and semi-detached housing development zoned RF4 semi-detached zone are located further north, west, and south. Next slide, please. There is no plan in effect for the Jasper Park neighborhood. The subject site, a corner lot, is located within 300 meters of the James Gibbons Public School and 478 meters from École Notre Dame. And as previously mentioned, the site is located 1 block west of 149th Street, approximately 125 meters from the secondary corridor as identified in the city plan. Well situated to benefit from the intended redevelopment and vibrancy of the secondary corridor, the proposed rezoning also aligns with city plan targets, adding 50% of new units through infill citywide. The residential infill guidelines suggest that row housing development be located on lots fronting or flanking arterial or service roads, or on lots fronting a school or park site. Although the site does not meet this locational criteria, it is administration's opinion that the site is suitable for RF3 zoning as a corner lot in close proximity to 149th Street, a secondary corridor, and a transit corridor. It is within walking distance of 2 schools and parks and is within a mature neighborhood where intensification of lots is recommended in the broader policy context. Next slide, please. This slide provides a comparison of the key regulations in the RF1 and RF3 zones, as well as some visual examples of row housing built within the RF3 zone, adjacent to narrow lot houses. The image at the top left of your screen is of narrow lot houses to the west of the subject site, and the image at the bottom left of your screen is an example of row housing adjacent to narrow lot houses in West Jasper Place. When comparing the current RF1 zone and the proposed RF3 zone, the differences are quite minor. In fact, in some of the most critical ways, the RF3 zone is more sensitive, requiring a more sensitive transition to the property to the north. The RF3 zone requires a greater interior side setback than that required in RF1. A garage in the RF1 zone could also be taller because a garden suite could be developed in it. In the RF3 zone, assuming row housing is proposed, a garden suite would not be allowed and the maximum height of the garage would be 4.3 meters. The existing RF1 zoning could allow up to 6 units by subdividing the site into 2 lots and building a single detached house along with both a secondary suite and a garden suite on each parcel. I'd like to point out that there was an error in the administration report that stated there could be 5 principal dwellings and additional 5 secondary suites if developed as multi-unit housing in the RF3 zone. This was incorrect. On the site, based on the minimum site area for multi-unit housing within the RF3 zone, 4 principal dwellings could be accommodated. Each of these principal dwellings could also theoretically contain a secondary suite to create a total of 8 dwellings. This was accurately reflected in the comparison appendix and the application website. This minor increase in density is possible through a more efficient use of land and increase in the diversity of housing choices in Jasper Park. While approximately 96% of dwellings in Jasper Park are either single detached houses or apartment buildings, less than 3% are classified as row or semi-detached housing in census data. Next slide, please. The site being within the mature neighborhood overlay further ensures that low-density infill developments such as row housing are sensitive to the surrounding context. The front and rear setback requirements under both zones are identical, as well as their maximum allowable height of 8.9 meters. A greater interior setback under the RF3 zone provides additional separation than that of the RF1 zone. If this zoning is approved, a north interior setback of a minimum 3 meters would be required, whereas the RF1 zone requires only 1.2 meters. Maximum site coverage in the RF3 zone is slightly higher than that allowed in the RF1 zone. Next slide, please. On your screen, you again see the image of West Jasper Place, which provides a good example of possible built forms within the RF1 and RF3 zones. You can see that the actual built form permitted in each zone is very similar, with the most obvious difference being the number of potential units in each zone. Next slide, please. Future redevelopment of the corner lot under the RF3 zone will allow for increased housing choice in Jasper Park. Administration is supportive of the RF3 zone at this location and believes it is consistent with current efforts around infill in Edmonton's mature neighborhoods and in line with the very recently approved city plan. Administration recognizes the merits of providing opportunities for a missing middle housing product and alternatives to single detached housing and low-rise apartments in Edmonton's core. It is the administration's opinion that the site is suitable for the RF3 small-scale infill development zone and that council should consider approving this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicants? Not seeing any, then we'll now hear from Don Kushalima.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Don Kushalima and I'm the president of the Jasper Park Community League. I'm here today to let you know of our opposition to the rezoning application before you today. The owner indicated that they spoke both to the councillor and the development department regarding this property to seek direction regarding this property. They indicated that the department was the one who told them to apply for an RF3. All this was news to the community and even came as a shock since the property was posted for rezoning without any community knowledge. Even after requesting information and objection to the rezoning, no mention of the community's request is shown in the department's report. This is incompatible with surrounding land use and does not meet the intent of the residential infill guidelines. Its proximity is only a corner lot and is too far away from the school property to meet the needs of following any guidelines. It only provides an opportunity for increased density, and this could be accomplished by other infill means that the community proposed to the owner. The Jasper Park Community League consists of properties from 149th Street to 156th Street and from 98th Avenue to 92nd Avenue, which is 28 city blocks. Of these 4 blocks, over 14% are made up of school property. Because of the small community size, any rezoning in the community has a significant impact. We have 4 properties that were rezoned for row housing in the community 5 years ago and remain vacant to this date. The owner has indicated to the community that row housing in that location is not economical. Similar to this property, they are both 4 blocks from school recreational zoning. Is this the reason it doesn't work? The Jasper Park community consists of approximately 475 properties. With 3 schools in the community, there is an overabundance of recreational zoning in the community. The perimeter is lined with apartments and commercial, taking up about 10% of the community. With the 3 schools, there are about 75 properties that fit in the criteria of zoning to RF3. This is about 17% of the community. With what has already been zoned RF3 and the possibility of the other 75 properties, is there any need to rezone this one? The community doesn't support this application, and similar to Bell-Gent's 4 properties that sit vacant, it may not be supported by the residents of Greater Edmonton. We do not need vacant derelict properties in the community nor in the city. This application is not needed, not supported, not desired for the community. As mentioned earlier, this rezoning does not fit in the infill guidelines. As indicated to you and in the diagram that was presented to council, you can see there is sufficient opportunity to zone for RF3 in the community for future intensive density development. Do not add rezoning that is not recommended in the mature neighborhood infill guideline. There is no need to add to this inventory by selecting a lot that is outside of the recommendations and does not fit into the need nor the proximity. If the only justification for rezoning is for density, this can be accomplished without changing the zoning. This RF3 rezoning application, council must refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kuchelama? Councillor Knack?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're getting a bit of feedback from you there right now. It's just do you mind muting while I ask a question? Because it's just coming. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks for that. It was distracting for me. So, as you know, we've talked about some of these applications in the past. There have been some applications for corner lots within the neighborhood that didn't comply with the residential infill guidelines, and I was on the losing end of some of those votes. One of the most notable changes is, of course, something that was referenced in the presentation. We now have the new city plan. So I want to ask more generally, and I'll ask Byron the same question probably when I get to questions of him too. I was walking through the neighborhood on Saturday. Most people know, if you don't already, I live in the neighborhood. So I was walking through the neighborhood, and I've tried to answer this question for myself, and I wouldn't mind hearing your answer to it, which is that let's say now that with the city plan, we will in fact allow corner lots, whether they're across from a park or not, to be rezoned to an RF3. How does that materially impact our community in a negative way? What does that do if tomorrow we woke up and every corner lot in our neighborhood had been rezoned and built to a 4-unit row house? What does that look like for you in terms of a negative? And don't forget to unmute, sorry. You're still muted on my end.
There is just a microphone icon along the bottom of your screen, Byron. It should be red right now.
Yes, should be back. Sorry. Yes, Councillor Knack, the density would definitely change, but the other impact too is our schools. With the 3 schools in the community, what we need some young people to take and populate those schools. Earlier through council meetings, there's been discussion in regards to surplus school sites, and we don't want to see 3 surplus school sites become available in our community. We need to take and to get a mixture, a good mixture of variety of different developments in the community to take and to bring a variety of people into the community so we can keep every age group populated and bring the young kids into the community.
Absolutely, yeah. So I guess sorry, but thank you. Sorry about that. So the challenge, and we know it, is that there's no way to guarantee who moves into any type of development. And I think Byron and I had a chat maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Time is a blur at this point. So the one that was built just kitty corner from James Gibbons, I don't know if it necessarily has any families there. The one right across the street from me, the 10-unit row house, has a couple younger families from the looks of things. I've seen a few kids in and out of the area. But your submission, just to make sure I'm clear, would be that it is potentially more likely that you might see a younger family if it was a single family home, maybe with a bit more private amenity space than a row housing development like this, which will have some amenity space, but not nearly the same level as what you might see on a single family. Is that correct?
Councillor Knack, yes. The difficulty with the row housing is the amenity space, and when the proximity is close to recreational areas such as the school sites, parents don't feel quite as difficult in letting their children run across the street to take and to go and play. When that space is limited on their site, the only other available space to play is on the streets. And unfortunately, those aren't always the safest place for kids to take and to participate in sport activities.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Kuchlama? Not seeing any. Then Mr. Kwasnitsa, you're up next.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and councillors, I want to use my time just to address some information that I feel wasn't included in administration's report, or maybe wasn't quite as complete, in order to give you a larger, fuller picture of our situation here at Jasper Park. I know the most recent census was referenced in their report, and I'd like to focus on that, the big census from 2016. Administration combined apartment and single-family homes together and said that makes up approximately 96% of our housing stock. While that number is pretty close, there have been some changes over the last couple of years that have affected that. Neither does that number accurately identify the makeup of the types of housing in our neighborhood. Of that 96%, 41% live in apartments between 1 and 4 stories. That leaves us with approximately 53% single family. And also according to that census, 5.5% live in duplexes and fourplexes. Now it doesn't list any row housing in that because since 2016, we've had a 10-unit row house, a 4-unit row house that have both been completed and built, and a project for 9 row housing units has been approved but hasn't yet been built. So that will significantly or materially change those numbers. Another thing I'd like to bring up is a comparison to some of our neighbors, and I'll explain why here in a moment. 3 of our neighboring communities, literally right across the street, Parkview, Meadowlark, and Linwood, have significantly different makeups than Jasper Park. For example, Parkview is 98% single family, Meadowlark is 76% single family. Linwood is a lot closer to us at 56%, but that's a little misleading. They've got a lot of residents that live in apartment housing, but that's all concentrated on one development on a corner of that neighborhood. The rest of that neighborhood is, for all intents and purposes, uniformly single-family homes. The unintended consequence, it appears, from the current planning policy is that some communities are doing all the heavy lifting when it comes to infill and density, while other communities, literally right across the street, are almost completely untouched and remain almost uniformly single-family. Now, I want to touch on something that was brought up when Councillor Knack questioned Don, and this relates to attracting families and children. According to the 2019 census, only 14% of Jasper Park residents aged 19 and under make up our population, whereas the Ward 1 average is 15.5%, Meadowlark is 17%, Linwood is 19%, and Parkview is 22%. Now, as mentioned, we have 3 schools within our boundaries. That's more than any of these communities who have no more than 1. So that begs the question, how is it that the community with the most schools has the smallest percentage of children? Enrollment in 2 of the 3 schools is almost exclusively from children outside of our neighborhood. Should those boards that operate these schools find more suitable accommodations, Jasper Park could be left with only 1 school. And even that school has been on the potential school closure list for a number of years. It is not unreasonable to suggest that Jasper Park could be left without any schools in the foreseeable future. I'm old enough, and I grew up in this neighborhood, to remember that at one point in time, enrollment in all 3 of these schools consisted in large part of children from our own neighborhood. This begs the question, why are families choosing not to live in Jasper Park? As mentioned in admin's report, our preference when our community board got together for a meeting was for 2 skinny homes or semi-detached, which could accommodate secondary and garden suites. But to be clear, we're not against row housing. The supplied map that you should all have access to shows that there are literally dozens of locations within our community where RF3 zoning is allowed, and there are dozens more where the community would be more supportive of that housing type. Because of our 3 schools, we have far more of these properties than pretty much all of our surrounding neighbors. So there's far more opportunity that exists today without any rezonings for RF3 housing. What we're looking for is a solution that'll work for everyone. We proposed a compromise for this application that will still provide for row housing, aligned with the city's plan for infill and density, and significantly increase green space. The 4-unit corner lot that Councillor Knack referred to, which is right across the street from a school with a playground, as far as anybody can tell and people that we've talked to, there's no indication that there are any children that live in this development. If this development has difficulty attracting children, how will the current application differ when it's located several blocks from any green space? Our proposal calls for a 3-unit row house with modified setbacks to allow for a 3-foot or greater increase in the interior side setback. This will provide for much more green space per unit. More green space is more room for children to play in, a safe environment that can be supervised by their parents, which means a more attractive option for families. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here. And let's not phrase it any other way. We are not against row housing. We need to attract row housing or families in order to keep this community viable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack, do you have questions?
I do. Do you want me to finish it before we do the break then?
Sure.
We're at 5:30. Okay. Yeah. So thanks for the presentation. So, and I know you mentioned that the sort of alternative option of 3 is something that was presented to the applicants. And based on our conversation, my understanding is that they weren't really too keen on that. Is that correct?
No, we presented this option to both the applicant and administration, and it was rejected by both.
The one other question I have for you, and I'm going to double check it with admin, because there was reference to the transit service on 149th Street, and my understanding, under the new bus network redesign, which has recently been updated, like within the last month or so, is that 149th Street currently would not show as, at least from that stretch from 87th Avenue to 95th, would not show having transit. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding as well, Councillor.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, and I'll ask our admin, that's, just pull up the map, but that's what it looks like right now. Now, to be fair, there will be a frequent service introduced on 95th from what I see, but just wanted to double check. Okay, I think, well, I'll ask you the same question, Byron, just to, get your, and I know you started answering it, but, so what if we woke up tomorrow and all of our neighborhood has row housing on corner lots? What is that? How do you feel about that? What do you think? What's your reaction if that were to happen? How do you feel that could be or supportive of the area?
Well, based on what we're seeing, and I referenced it in my presentation, is that you're going to see more and more RF3 corner lots in Jasper Park. And you won't see any in Parkview, Meadowlark, or Linwood. Because of our location and because our property values are lower, that makes us far more attractive for builders, developers to come in and redevelop in our community league. And essentially what you've got is intensification of your infill in a small number of communities, while other communities, like I said, that are literally across the street, remain completely untouched. And a question I'd have for administration and for council in general is there any research or information or data that you can show that would suggest that concentration of infill and density in a small number of community leagues is healthy planning policy?
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for raising that. I'll ask about that once we get back to the second part of this. So thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Kuznitsa? Not seeing any. I'm going to suggest now that we, as has become our custom, shorten our dinner break to 6:30 instead of 7, so we can just take back half an hour. So could I get a motion to change orders? Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. I'll just seek unanimous consent to change orders to reconvene at 6:30. Any objection? Not hearing any. Let's come back in 56 minutes and carry on with questions of admin on the Jasper Park item. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to today's land use public hearing. We'll now start roll call with Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
I am most certainly here.
Indeed. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
Super. How about Councillor Walters?
I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Gulp down the food and now I'm here.
Right on. Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Good evening.
And Councillor Hamilton texted me and let me know she might be a couple minutes late. She'll join us as soon as she can. But that's plenty to get started. So let's pivot to questions of administration on the Jasper Park item. I'll start with Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, I just want to ask a quick question related to transit. As mentioned, the report showed service on 149th. The new modeling for the bus network redesign currently doesn't have anything on there, and I just want to make sure that I don't think that would necessarily change the recommendation, but I do just want to ask that out loud and make sure that we're aware of that.
You're correct, Councillor Knack. So it does. The transit service, the frequent transit service, ends at 95th Avenue on 149th Street, and then picks up with different levels of service south of 87th. So it's this lot is about a 780 meter walk to 95th Avenue, or about a 600 meter walk to 87th Avenue.
Yeah. So yeah, again, I just wanted to make sure, and that's more flagging for future reports. That was a change that came in about a month ago, so it was probably at the time we were writing this. So, so high level question then, and obviously you've recommended it, and I know that there's been some discussion. I've primarily talked about corner lots being rezoned to row housing that essentially went against the residential infill guidelines. What has changed is truly yesterday, right? So if I understand correctly now, with this city plan approved, you would now clearly support row housing on corner lots really across the city at this point, not just across from a school or a park site. I think council had been making that clear in previous rezonings, but is that fair? Is that sort of one of the thinking of how you're going to achieve the goal in the city plan?
Yeah, that is a fair assessment. And as outlined in the report and in my presentation, in order to achieve those goals that are outlined in the city plan, I think we need to be a little bit more aggressive with the application of this type of zoning. And I know there was conversations outside of the public hearing about this as well, but we have entire neighborhoods in Edmonton that are zoned RF3. There's almost 19,000 lots that are zoned RF3 in Edmonton. What we're doing here is just granting that kind of diversity in neighborhoods across the city, and especially in the core.
Yeah. So the question did come up, and it's a fair point, which is that my neighborhood, unlike the neighborhood immediately to the west, which has a single duplex and all exclusively single family homes, except for a condo attached to Meadowlark Mall and at 92nd, and essentially unlike Parkview, which is on the east side of 149th Street, which also outside of I think 10 units beside the Valley View IGA, probably doesn't have anything else, and Linwood's is slightly different because of Whitehall Square. Do we think about that? Is there a concern that we have around only certain communities ending up getting to absorb all of this because of market conditions, because of that? I know Councillor McKean would have talked about this back in the day when Glenora was getting a lot of subdivisions. So same question, but sort of how that looks in this area.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So that's something that hopefully zoning bylaw renewal will maybe address, so that these opportunities are equitable across the city without individual owners or developers having to come apply for rezonings. But as you know, right now it's developer driven. So if somebody owns a lot and wants to apply, typically as administration, we find that corner lots are good for this type of, for a row housing development. Not always. Some people come in and inquire, and we've told them that this wouldn't necessarily work. And we've even seen some turned down at council, not many, but we have seen it. Yeah. Honestly, without a citywide change to our zoning bylaw, we're going to continue to see these one-offs where people come in and rezone or request a rezoning from RF1 to RF3, and we look at it at an individual basis.
Okay. I think, just double checking my list. Yeah, I think those are all my questions on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions for administration? Not seeing any. Is there any new information from either the applicants or from the community league reps? Not hearing any.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of the public hearing for, what is this item, 3.15.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, on closure, please vote. Uh-oh.
Oh.
That is a very sad e-scribe right there. Really put the E in e-scribe. So what we'll do is maybe I'll test unanimous consent to close the public hearing. Any objections to closing public hearing? Then by unanimous consent, that public hearing is closed. Want to move first reading?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of item 3.15 and then speak to it, please.
Second.
Okay, go ahead and speak to it, and we'll see if we can reboot the e-scribe here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, obviously, over the last number of years, council has had a lot of debates around corner lots that didn't fall within the residential infill guideline, and I have been stubborn about my desire to support those, except in very extreme circumstances where, truly the council or ward councillor, maybe the community was on board. But I have voted against a lot of them, including in my own neighborhood here in Jasper Park. And in many of those times where I expressed my opposition, part of my concern was we didn't have any larger guiding documentation or policy that would help inform that. So even though I personally might not have had an issue with it, I was worried about sort of preempting that process when we had developed policy with the community in the infill guidelines. Now we're still in a bit of an odd spot because we've got these infill guidelines that do exist that are frankly in a way now contradictory towards the city plan, which was just approved. So you've got conflicting policies. But I supported the city plan for a variety of reasons that I don't need to repeat here. But because of that, I feel I needed to really spend a lot of time this weekend. As mentioned, I did a walk through my neighborhood because this rezoning is a few blocks away, about 4 or 5 blocks away from where I live. Was walking through the neighborhood, and the question I asked of Byron and Dawn is, if I did wake up tomorrow and my community had row housing on every single corner lot in the neighborhood, how would I feel about that? And frankly, my answer is I feel just fine. And I think the reason behind that is that, number one, that's not going to happen. We've been essentially rezoning corner lots to RF3 now for many years. And, in my home neighborhood, there have been a couple of rezonings that have been approved, but very few that have actually gone forward and into construction. So number one, it won't happen overnight. It's not going to go from none of them to all of them. And the other piece is that I think it is a reasonable balance to have that as another option. I think about some of the challenges, and I know the Community League has raised concerns, as we've heard in the past, around something like parking. And I just want to share my own example as somebody that lives in a 63-unit condo building. There is on-street parking that gets used by about 5 vehicles. Across the street from me is a 10-unit row house, which uses on-street parking that has about 4 vehicles. across the alley from me is a single family home that uses 5 parking spots on street, all for their own home. And then across the street from them is a single family home that rarely has on-street parking. So all of that to say, which is that there's the same amount of on-street parking from a 1 single unit to a 63 unit condo building to a 10 unit row housing development. And there's no way to know how that's going to materialize in that. So I don't worry as much about the changes we made to the parking regulations because of my own lived experience in the neighborhood and seeing how that goes for the community. So I share that because, again, I think row housing is not at all unreasonable. I think certainly the one that's directly diagonal from James Gibbons School would be great to have young families there, being that school's at a lower utilization rate. But we also know that the ones by this place where I live have attracted families due to the lower purchase price. And so I think we need to have some of these units with lower costs in order to attract families, because some of the subdivision of lots that have happened in my neighborhood, it's great to see some great higher priced homes in my neighborhood, which is typically much lower priced land values. I love that. At the same time, that is discouraging to families that are trying to purchase in mature neighborhoods. And so we need some lots with greater unit counts that would allow those young families the opportunity to afford purchasing in a mature neighborhood, which is one of the only neighborhoods in the West End that is actually already a 15-minute neighborhood. The Globe did a really good study about all of Edmonton, and my neck of the woods is part of the 15% of Edmontonians that have access to everything within that 15-minute walk. So I really want to have more people come into my neighborhood and enjoy that. I think having row housing is reasonable, and knowing that the community in the past has not been supportive of this many units, I appreciate that they might not support my vote on this, but I think with the city plan, I now going forward, and I won't make a speech on any other corner lots across the city, but I think I'm ready to now support corner lot redevelopment to row housing, because I think the city plan is a very good document, and I'd ask council to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I've never particularly had a problem with row housing. I think actually I actually would prefer us to see it more mid-block even, because I think it's actually a very good way of getting greater density in neighborhoods using better space without upsetting the basic texture of the neighborhood. My concern about row housing in the past on corner lots has been the flanking condition that it creates and what that can do in terms of privacy for the immediate neighbor. I'm noting in this circumstance, and we haven't heard from the immediate neighbor, I don't believe, but in this circumstance, there is a garage that runs most of the length of the property next door. So that concern is not there in this condition. And based on that, I'm thinking, although I still have real concerns about how we address that question of the flanking condition and what that does when somebody's yard is actually exposed in a different kind of way, I think that's a real concern we still need to grapple with, but it doesn't exist in this condition. And therefore, I think I'm prepared to support this.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Seeing none, shall we attempt a vote? Okay. Maybe it's just me that got kicked out.
Councillor Cartmel, if we could get your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, your
Yeah.
vote as well.
Yeah, I'm a yes, but I'm attempting to get back in. So yeah, put me down in the affirmative. Display the vote. Carried. 12-0. Second reading?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll move second reading of item 3.15.
Second.
Display the vote. Or pardon me, please vote.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
Move consideration of third reading for the same item.
Second.
3.15.
To allow that to proceed, please, well, let me just test unanimous consent. Any objections to proceeding with third reading today? Hearing none, then move third reading, please. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, yes, sorry. I, for some reason, thought the vote was going to pop up, even though you said that already. I'm going to move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19498.
Second.
Thanks. Please vote. Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Okay. That's Jasper Place. Next is Millwoods Town Center. We should get the admin presentation on this one. Go ahead, please.
I'll ask Mr. Rod Hendricks to present, please.
Hello again. How's my sound?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Item 316 pertains to the rezoning of land in the Millwoods Town Centre in southeast Edmonton. Slide number 1 shows the land in context of the Millwood Station Area Redevelopment Plan, which was originally approved in 2013. Slide number 2 shows the subject lands in more detail within the context of the surrounding lands and zoning. The site's located along 28th Avenue, which is identified in the plan as a pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use Main Street integrated with the planned LRT station. The surrounding lands contain a variety of commercial and health-related office uses, as well as some nearby medium-density housing. The rezoning proposes to change the land from DC2, Site-Specific Development Control, to DC2 to add cannabis retail sale as an allowed use to the zone. This slide highlights the subject site in the color blue, and the local Edmonton Public Library branch is highlighted in red. The site does not comply with the separation requirement of the zoning bylaw for cannabis retail sales uses, as it is located entirely within the 200-meter buffer from a public library as defined by the regulations of Section 70. Slide number 3 shows the boundary of the 200-meter buffer surrounding the Edmonton Public Library branch. The fourth slide shows the subject site overlaid on an air photo. From this, we can see that the surrounding lands are nearly fully developed. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 119 surrounding landowners in August, and an open house was not held. 4 responses were received, all of which were opposed to the change. One of the responses provided an informal petition representing 44 nearby residents and attached a list of signatures. Common themes of the feedback were concerned about proximity of the use to the Edmonton Public Library and nearby park space, that cannabis uses were inappropriate near seniors, and perceived increase in traffic and noise. Administration does not support this application as it does not comply with the separation requirements between a cannabis retail sales use and a public library as specified in Section 70 of the Edmonton zoning bylaw, which requires a 200-meter buffer as measured from site boundary to site boundary, and which also prohibits administration from varying the regulations of this requirement. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let's hear now from Ryan Edick.
It's Edick, Your Worship, but that's fine.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, I guess, Your Worship and Council. Thanks for allowing me to come back, even though I had a hot mic mishap from a few weeks ago. So I certainly hope that my internet connection remains stable for this time. If it's not, I promise to be on my best behavior. So I want to focus, next slide please, on the site's context to show that there's a unique set of circumstances that reduce the perceived harm from the library. Oh, this is the wrong presentation. Sorry, this is for the other item that I'm going to be speaking about.
Uh-oh. We can't hear you, Mr. Adick.
Oh, pardon me. That was the wrong presentation. So,
okay.
Yeah. Sorry, it's for the next item.
No worries. No worries.
Well, until they get that set up. So I really want to focus on the site's context today to show that there's a unique set of circumstances that reduce the perceived harm on the library. I want to highlight our public engagement efforts that with the group that submitted the petition, as well as other engagement efforts. And I want to just reiterate the fact that approving the permit does not necessarily grant, or approving the application tonight does not necessarily grant a permit. So there is still public scrutiny and public processes that will be involved. Next slide, please. So related to the site context, I'll just reiterate what Mr. Heinrichs mentioned, that the site-to-site distance is about 86 meters, but I'll leave you with a cliffhanger that there is more to the story. Next slide, please. The application, although it's for the entire site, is really only for one vacant bay in the existing building, and that's highlighted in purple here on the screen. So it's on the northeast corner of the site in question, and I want to draw council's attention to where the building entrances face. So all the entrances for this building face north, away from the library, whereas the main entrance and main gathering spaces for the library face south. Next slide, please. So that building orientation is highlighted here on these two images. So on the left is an image of the front of the building in question. Our bay is highlighted in yellow. It's where the main entrances are and where all of the advertising and signage are featured. On the right image, we're looking at the south of the building. Again, the bay is highlighted in yellow. There's only employee entrances. There's no public entrances on the side, and there's limited signage and advertising. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the north facade of the public libraries on the left. There is no gathering spaces and no public entrances whatsoever on that side. Those are all located on the south side of the building, which is shown in the image on the right. Next slide, please. Now, of course, there's windows. So what we did is we went inside and took an image of what that looks like facing north. So combined with the new transit station that's being built right now, the physical separation, the coniferous trees, and other buildings in the way, you can't even see the site in question from the public library facing north, nor will anyone be gathering on that edge of the property anyways. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what we did do is we proposed alternative regulations. That's the beauty of the DC2 zone, to ensure that although the application is for the entire site, we did propose to restrict where cannabis could be to the specific bay, which has a separation distance from entrance to entrance of 245 meters and meets the regulations. Also a site to entrance distance of 186 meters, which is virtually the same as the 200-meter buffer. We also provided regulations or suggestions for regulations to restrict the signage on the south side and on the pylon sign for the site for cannabis. Just overall trying to restrict the location and the harm or the perceived harm of the cannabis use class. Those are all rejected by administration, unfortunately, so here we are. Next slide, please. Now, with regards to the public engagement, we did receive the petition from the residents of the estates at Lakeside, which was against cannabis, as Mr. Heinrichs noted. Unfortunately, we offered to meet with them a number of times. They did not feel like meeting with us. It was COVID, fair enough. So what we did is we provided them with some research showing about 10 neighborhoods in and around Edmonton with similar demographic profiles. So large populations of seniors, lots of high density housing, and showed crime statistics both before and after a cannabis store opened. In all those circumstances, it was shown that the cannabis use class did not, or the cannabis being added to the neighborhood did not significantly increase crime in those areas. We submitted that to the group hoping that they would respond. They didn't. They're not here tonight, which kind of sucks, but yeah, we were hoping to meet with them. So what we did in addition was receive petitions from petitions of support from nearby businesses. So those are highlighted in the green boxes on screen there. So next slide, please. We received 12 signatures on a petition from these nearby businesses. Those include the medical clinic, hairdresser, cafe, Panago Pizza, Booster Juice, the CIBC. All of those businesses supported the use class being added as a business here. And we also received a petition from 67 existing site users that we basically stood on site and asked users of the site that came to and from the site already and asked if they would have an issue with cannabis use classes. I think a few of them might be here to speak in favor tonight, but anyways, there was some support that we garnered for the application as well. And I just want to highlight with the blue star the location of the police station across the street from the site in question. So the perception of harm and crime as a result of this use class being added, we don't think has any grounds. Next slide, please. So I'll just leave the summary up on screen, but because of the building orientation, the physical separation between the library and our site in question, we believe that the separation distance, or at least the intent, is met already. I want to reiterate that we are happy to include regulations specific to the DC2 that limit where cannabis can be located on site, maybe facing north exclusively, as well as signage restrictions. We have no issues adding those to the DC2 because it is for a specific bay. All other separation distances have been met. So there's no other cannabis store in the area. There's not a concentration of them. We're away from the hospital far enough to be outside that separation distance, and we did receive some support. And I'll leave off with just reiterating that approving this application tonight does not mean that there's no other public process. So I'll
Gotta stop you there, Mr. Eidick. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Nicol?
Hi, Ryan. How are you?
Hi, Councillor Nicol. I'm fine, thanks.
Good. So, I guess we'll just get right to the crux of it. The basic rejection, or the fundamental rejection, is property line to property line is only 84 meters. And that's why, do you feel administration has because of the regulations, has shut down your application, or recommended against your application?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Nicol. I mean, I don't fault administration. They've been very consistent with how they regulate these cannabis use classes. I was here 3 weeks ago where a similar position was held. So I don't fault them for doing it. They're just being consistent with their messaging. But yes, we had proposed alternative options, and that's why we wanted to meet with the group that had the arguments against us as well, because we could hopefully find something that works for all three parties. But yeah, it didn't end up working out. So that's why we're here.
So your argument, entrance to entrance, is 245 meters, and we should be taking it from entrance to entrance, not from property line to property line.
Yes, and the reason why I say that is because the intent of the 200-meter separation was keeping cannabis away from where youth gather. And what I showed on those images is that the south side of the library is the primary location of where youth gather on that site. And it won't even be able to be seen on our site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. So this 200 meter, that is if you go from I guess the corner of the library around and then go to the front of, I guess, where you are proposing to build the store or bay.
Through your worship to Councillor Banga, I think I'm understanding your question, but I might ask you to reiterate it. But yes, so from the library site boundary to where our proposed bay is about 186 meters.
186 meters. But what I'm saying is, if you go along the road, not the direct, I guess, if you draw a circle around the library.
Yeah, Councillor Banga, that's unfortunately not a way that things are measured, but if you are taking walking distances, we're looking at about 350 meters if you take into account all the sidewalks and navigation that you have to do.
So what has been the 200 meters then? Like, you know, if the administration demonstrated that if they draw a circle, then that bay is within that 200 meters.
That's correct. That's correct. It's a concentric circle around the site boundary. So the entire site falls within the 200-meter boundary, but where we're proposing to put it is just barely within that 200 meters.
Okay, and that whole property is within 200 meters, right? Not just this building, but the whole building, I guess.
That's correct. That's correct. And unfortunately, we can't just rezone one bay. It's the entire site that gets brought forward. So.
Okay, and next question is, you mentioned that there is only front entrance, there is no back entrance. I used to work there at the police station in front, and in the back, aren't there some law offices or whatever that do have access to it?
Yes, those are employee accesses. So all the public entrances are on the front, facing 28th.
No, I'm talking about those law offices.
Or the law offices. Yes, they're the only ones with a public access facing south. The rest are simply employee accesses and loading accesses or entrances.
Okay, and then you offered some comfort that police station is in front, and so there shouldn't be any, or there should be reduced crime.
I don't know if I'd go as far as saying reduced crime, but the presence of a police station directly across the street indicates a lack of crime that's going to be happening right across the street. Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, I know some of those folks that live in that place there, and that you said they didn't meet with you at all, and you tried.
Unfortunately, yeah, and we tried multiple times through phone, email. We tried to meet with them a bunch of times. Even when we sent in our information package, that's what the file planner had suggested we do. They didn't respond. So it's really unfortunate. I never really even talked to the people.
So were those letters sent to individual, I guess, citizens residing in there, or just the management?
Sorry, can you clarify which letters you're talking about?
Well, when you tried consulting those folks, was it individual people living in those suites, or was it just the management?
It was the president of the board. So he was the one that sent in the petition on behalf of their condo complex. So I reached out to him, but never heard back. And then the file planner indicated they were not interested in meeting with us.
Okay. I think my time is up anyway. I do have a couple more questions for you.
Okay.
I'll move a second round.
Thank you. Need a seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor Knack. Okay. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to a second round? Not hearing any. Councillor Nickel, did you have more questions? No. Councillor Banga, carry on.
So I know I visit that location quite often. Would you agree with me that that is a pretty common route for the buses and that go into Hughes Way, and it's going to be pretty close to the bus terminal, where the bus terminal is going to be the new one?
And the LRT station, yes, I would agree with you.
Okay, what would be the distance from there?
The transit center is currently on the south side of the library, so it'd be beyond 200 meters. I understand that's being moved to the north side of the library, closer to the LRT station.
Okay, but that would make the distance from property to property, in your opinion, what would that be?
More than 100, less than 200, I would say. But I have no idea.
Okay, I guess administration would be able to answer those questions. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Eidik? Not seeing any. Then next up will be Arman Bassi.
Yes, President.
Go ahead.
I'm Armand, and I'm in favor of the cannabis store opening up here as a customer, at least. I live in the area, and there's not a lot of cannabis stores around this area. And plus, I'm not, like, especially in the winter, it's going to be harder for me to travel around since I don't always have an access to a car. So it'll be easier for me to walk here as foot. And yeah, and on top of that, I'm a regular customer at the vape and shop and everything, and it'd be more convenient for the residents that live in this area.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Bassi? Not seeing any. Thank you. Mr. Dhaliwal is for questions only. Are there questions for Mr. Dhaliwal? How about next up is Rajveer Sidhu.
I don't believe they have checked in. Our office has reached out to them by phone and by email, but have not received a response.
Okay. How about Arman Parmar? Are there any questions for Mr. Parmar?
He has withdrawn his request to speak
okay.
and will submit council correspondence.
And how about Dewanshu Segal? Are you there, sir?
I can see that they're on the
Mr.
mute, but they
Segal?
are muted.
Going once, going twice. Well, perhaps under new information, if we're able to get him back online and there's something critical. Okay, let's go to questions of administration. Councillor Nicol.
Mr. Pollock, to you and your team, I guess to me this strikes me as a technical rejection. Is that a fair assessment, or is there some other matters you wish to bring forward beyond the question of the separation distance?
Councillor Necker, that's a fair assumption. We evaluated the separation rules and this fell outside of them. Mr. Heinrichs, if you have further information to add, feel free to supplement.
Thank you, Councillor. That's an accurate assumption. The 200-meter separation is a relatively blunt instrument that is designed to ensure that cannabis retail stores will not be visible or nearby public libraries. So your observation is accurate.
Again, to both of you, there are other mitigation measures that they put into place. Do you feel they're adequate, or is it just we're just dealing with the technical objection at this point? I think you just answered my question with your previous answer. So I'll take that question back. I think they've already answered it. So that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm curious because I know that this has been a sore spot in some other circumstances for the library, more around a choice that the SDAB has made, which I'm guessing is not possible in this case because it's direct control. And the library's gone to court over the SDAB rulings. So I'm really curious to know if we have any position from them on this one.
Councillor, we still haven't received the ruling from the Court of Appeal on, I believe, there's a number of applications in front of them.
That's not really my question. My question is it's not about those ones. It's about what the library's position is on this one.
I believe the library is in non-support.
They are in non-support, yeah, because I know this has been a big concern for them. I wanted to check because I know they feel really strongly about this and it's been a losing battle for them. So we just didn't have that on a report. So they're in support of the administration's position that we should be saying no.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. So My question is, the applicant stressed the walking distance from library to the door of the bay. Is that how we calculate the distances, or we just draw a circle around and whatever is inside is not good, whatever is outside is good?
Councillor. As mentioned earlier, the zoning bylaw does require under section 70 that the distance between sites be measured from property line to property line, insofar as separation distance from public libraries. It does allow measurement from door to door in the case of separating two cannabis retail stores from each other. So there are two different ways of measuring based on the context.
Okay, and again, just reminding everybody, what was the purpose of this bylaw?
Thank you, Councillor. My understanding of the separation distances were to ensure that the newly approved legal use of cannabis, much similar to the previous experience we had with liquor stores when they were privatized many years ago, that out of caution and hesitancy, there were some regulations required where we both had to balance providing sites for these uses to locate, balanced against ensuring that any sensitive land uses or vulnerable populations would not be overly exposed to them. And most of those sensitive uses revolved around probably free-range youth, so schools, parks, libraries, land uses like that where youth may be roaming freely or traveling to and from were identified as sensitive uses to be separated from cannabis retail stores.
So library does fall into one of those categories that do require 200 meters according to the bylaw. Could that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just adding a little more context to the surroundings. Hughes Bay is a pretty busy transit route, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So when it comes to the exposure, I know we are considering just the library, but it is the main idea of the bylaw was to not expose young people to cannabis. But I know we can't say the bus goes in front and so you can't build it. But at the same time, there is a greater probability of young children or young folks being exposed to cannabis. Would you agree with that statement? Because of the bus route?
Possibly, Councillor, yes. Although transit or transit centers were not identified as a sensitive use that required separation when this was reviewed and adopted into the bylaw.
Okay, yeah, that I understand. In the past, have we relaxed this 200 meter, I guess, circular diameter or radius, whatever, for any reason?
Yes, Councillor, I would say that we haven't often, or at least in my case, I do recall a public hearing or two ago in Summerside where we exercised our discretion and recommended approval, even though the site did not technically meet the separation distance. In that case, the totality of several different factors weighed together to cause us to exercise our discretion. The site did not fall fully within the 200 meters. It was a large site, it was zone DC, it fell very close to satisfying the requirements of other exemptions, and in that case we did exercise some discretion and recommend approval. In this case, the entire site falls entirely within the 200 meters, and so we technically didn't feel comfortable granting a relaxation.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Any new information?
If I may actually.
Mr. Heidick, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so just related to Councillor Banga's point about proximity to transit, on my presentation on the second or third last slide, I included what was done during the public engagement portion when cannabis was being decided on where to include it. I'm not sure if we can pull that up or not. It would help me out greatly, but one of the areas where it was proposed would be a good location for cannabis stores was close to, if you go just well beyond the last slide, I just added it for additional information. Keep going, right there. So that slide right there. So there's location criteria that were discussed with the public on where an appropriate location for cannabis stores would be. And the very, I think the second or the very top one there is close to access to transit. And that's nobody wanted people to go to a cannabis store and then drive under the influence or whatever. So I just want to be clear that that was actually something the public spoke in favor of, was having it close to transit centers. So I hope that's not part of your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Heidick on that new information? Not seeing any. Any other new information? Someone want to move closure to the public hearing?
Happy to do so, Your Worship, on item 3.16.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
I second that.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote to close public hearing.
We have all the votes except for Councillor Zadig's.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, you know what's happening.
Thank you.
That sounds intriguing, but we won't pry. Or perhaps it's just the other default thing. So anyway, display the vote, please. Hearing is closed. Would someone put first reading on the floor?
Happy to put first reading on the floor of item 3.16.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
I second that, please.
Seconded by Councillor Banga.
I do have a point of clarification before we vote.
We have to be a little careful with that because the hearing's closed, but assuming it's a process question.
No, regarding the procedural.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It's, so by,
I'll wake up.
let's say, voting yes to it, that means we support the proponent's proposal?
Yes, if you wish to approve the bylaw and the uses contained within it, then vote yes. If to advance the application, if you wish to not see that happen on administration's advice, vote no. Make sense?
Thank you.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Henderson to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting no to this, and I do so for a number of reasons. One, I'm very aware, because I know this has been a real problem for the library itself, that something that was worked out in public, and that we debated at great length around these separation distances and the rules around them. I mean, this idea of going site to site is not something we didn't debate. It's not something we're back into accidentally. It was part of the commitment that we made to the public, and part of the commitment that we made to the library. They've had a hard time defending that. And if we wander into this and muddy the waters even further, we are undoing all of the work we did. Now, if we're prepared to do that work again, if this is something that we really feel needs to be fixed, we should be fixing it at a policy level and not one-off, because we will end up with nothing. And we also do so in a way that doesn't allow the public to weigh in on something that they did weigh in on the first time and that was done very transparently. So knowing if the library was here today saying, okay, maybe in this circumstance we're okay with this, I might feel differently. But I know how serious this issue has been for the library. It is serious enough that they have gone to court to try and defend this in other circumstances and other instances. And I think based on that, I don't believe this is the way we should be going around doing this. If we really feel we got it wrong the first time, then we should change the rules. We shouldn't be doing them as a one-off like this. And it's not even as if this is outside the 200 meter. The store as a standalone store is outside the 200 meter radius. It's within the 200 meter radius, so it fails on both counts. And I really think if we really think we made a mistake on this, then we should be going back and looking at the policy. We should not be doing these one-offs because it completely undermines any ability to enforce some of the things that were the cause for us making this choice to begin with. Anyway, that's my case, and I will be voting no.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I agree with Councillor Henderson. And it's not like we don't deviate from our policy or policies from time to time on numerous zoning issues, but there has to be a fairly compelling case for us to do so. And I just, I won't say a lot about this. Councillor Henderson basically echoed or described how I feel. There just wasn't enough. I just wasn't convinced that, with all due respect to the applicant, that the case was made for us to support this. So I'm going to adhere to our policy on this matter and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
I will be voting yes. I think that our policy is flawed. I don't think there's any science at all to back up the notion behind this or underlying this, that a cannabis store creates problems for community, for library patrons, for school children. I mean, I can see having reasonable distances, but in this case, the store bay, as described by the applicant, faces north. From what I saw, could not be seen from the library, nor from the any outdoor gathering area at the library. I think we have a blunt tool, and the blunt tool is flawed. And I think it comes to us sometimes to recognize when our blunt tools are not working. And in this case, it's clear to me, and I've seen other cases, one of them where it was going to be inside, not visible from the sidewalk at all, but because it was within the distance, was being rejected. I think we have to bring some common sense back to this. A follow-up motion and to have another look at the policy makes sense to me, but it is incumbent on us to sometimes make these, Can you still hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, we can.
Okay, my computer says I lost connection. It is incumbent on us, I think, to make these decisions sometimes when we have policies that appear to be dated or appear to not have the kind of nuance or elegance that is required. So I just think we grossly overreacted to cannabis legalization, and I think we've all.
Oh, we lost you for a sec there. Cannabis legalization. Sorry, we lost you, Councillor McKean. We'll come back to you, perhaps. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. When I think about this application, and actually any application, when we are concerned about the presence of schools, parks, libraries, etc., from cannabis stores, and the idea is to keep the exposure of young children to cannabis. And this debate was done extensively, and we all agreed that 200 meters and measured in a circular form would be the radius where you can't have that. And I know if we want to divert from our policy, and then there should be a whole some discussion rather than just changing for each application. And the next thing is rather than changing for each application, we need to change the bylaw if we eventually want to do it. So as far as exposure to that, the way the situation is, I don't believe, I used to work at the police station in front. I don't believe it is not exposing young folks to cannabis at that location. Again, the distance between library and proposed rezoning. So until we have a fulsome discussion to relax those distances, my vote is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Nickel will be to close. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was reflecting based on some of the comments today and realizing my own hypocrisy at times, because I just spent a lot of time talking about how in the past discussion, how I stayed very consistent against voting against corner lot redevelopments on to row housing, because we didn't have a broader city policy. And yet, here on this application, where we haven't had that broader city policy discussion, I actually do think we should support this now. I agree that the policy is probably not where it needs to be anymore, so I would like to do that. I hope we can do that subsequent motion right after this, because I think it is time to have that conversation. We haven't seen the impacts that we had thought we were going to when we created the bylaw in the first place. We always said we would revisit this. So recognizing that this actually goes very contrary to what I just spent years complaining about when it talks about rezoning within a neighborhood, and I'm not even going to try and justify how those two mesh. It's the great inconsistency of municipal government and how we'll never always be 100% consistent on everything. But I look at this and I feel like there's proper mitigation in place. I think the fears we had have not materialized, and so I think it's time to update that policy. And I don't feel the need to wait for this one to update the full policy before we approve this rezoning. So just wanted to share that based on some of the commentary I've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will also be voting no to this, and not because I have any moral qualms. I also agree that maybe we should be taking a look at the bylaw. But in fairness to everyone else who sort of played by the rules, you know, it seems a little bit odd to be granting exemptions to folks when they ask for it, when other folks didn't ask because they were playing by the rules. And I guess that was an avenue that was open to them, but it probably would not have occurred to a lot of folks. So we do need to take a look at the bylaw. And there are some things that frankly don't make a lot of sense now that we've had some experience. So I look forward to opening that discussion up. I wish that we could grant this, in my mind, easily right now today, but I just don't think that it would be fair play. And I believe something like this came before us before, and I voted no to that as well for the exact same reasons. But I believe the result was in favor. But in this case, yeah, I'm going to stick with the way I've felt about this. It's consistent, and I think that the door's not exactly closed here because at some point we're going to be reviewing this anyway. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on this, the fears have not been realized on this cannabis retail, and the change in DCs as this one is coming through, as we realized even from the beginning that properties DC to DC that were across the street were infringing on that 200-meter property to property, and we made those changes there to allow large sites like this to operate. It is a legal use, and certainly the fears haven't been there at the time of my recollection. At the time of the 200-meter discussion, could have been 100 meters. It could have been 300 meters. Nobody knew. This was sort of a flip of the coin. That would start with the 200 meters and go from there. At this point now, it's certainly time to revisit some of those circumstances. And I think that with the number of DCs coming back for change of use for cannabis because of legalization, obviously, we've got a lot of them that we need to still continue to do, and I'm sure that we'll run across these circumstances. A number of libraries, and we had the same concern, Councillor Henderson, in Beverly with the location of the library and a space that was fairly close, and the library did contest that one. I don't think that this particular location will have any effect whatsoever on the library's operation and their concerns on this one here, and that might be the reason why they haven't expressed any concerns at this point. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard any at this point. So I'm going to support this, and we should look at we're 2 years in. Probably time to look at the bylaw in regards to cannabis retail at this point, because sooner or later we're going to have to be dealing with the edibles and oils and everything else that's going to be coming, lounges, that sort of thing. So we might as well start that conversation again. But this seems to be a good project, a good use, and a good rezoning. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
It won't be long. I am going to vote no. I think we have a policy until we change it. I'm not ready to move it on this one. So I'm just going to vote no. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, are you back online?
I'm back online, but I think I got my speaking points out, so I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Nicol to close? Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much. I'm going to support this application. To be quite blunt about it, door to door, it's a 245 meter separation. And that's nearly a quarter of a kilometer door to door. So materially, if you want to look at impacts and issues around it, it's a quarter of a kilometer. But we have, as you've heard by administration, we have a very blunt instrument. A very blunt instrument from property line to property line, which is sterilized that entire piece of property. Cannabis is not illegal, as Councillor McKean has said. And Councillor McKean and I both agree that there's a stigmatization around this perfectly legal product. And I think that needs to come to an end. If council desires to review the policy, I would suggest you make that motion tomorrow, not tonight, because tonight we're all tired. But based on this purely technical rejection of the application, I just don't see the merit I don't see the impacts. I appreciate the library's position, but I would imagine this position would be the same everywhere, regardless of circumstance, regardless of context, regardless of any situation. That's the problem with blunt tools and blunt metrics. And so I'm going to be supporting this application. I'm surprised that we took as long as we did on this one, but that's all I'm going to have to say. I think this is perfectly legit. We made exemptions, and I do appreciate those who want to stick with the policy, but we've made exemptions on those policies in the past. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that is carried 7-6. Second reading?
Happy to move second reading of item 3.16.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean, I think that time. Please vote on second reading.
Just waiting on Councillor Cartmell's vote, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Display the vote.
Consideration for third.
That's carried.
Oh, sorry.
Consideration, please vote.
Oh, well, okay. Consensus.
Requiring unanimous consent to proceed. But since the other decision split, we'll test it with a formal vote. Oops.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried.
I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19486.
Second.
Please vote on third reading. Display the vote. Carried 7-6. We haven't had one of those in a while. Juicy. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll work on a subsequent, if it's okay with you, just to remember, I'll try and work it up to actually have us go back and look at the policy.
Yeah, you got a few minutes. Why don't we move ahead to the last
We'll just
item?
get to it at the end.
Sure.
Great, thanks.
Yep. Just remind me when I get there, because I'll be very eager to leave otherwise. Okay. Get the presentation, or do we want the, yes, we should get the presentation on 317, 318 Davies Industrial East.
Thank you. Can I get Mr. Rod Heinrichs once again for the presentation?
Hello again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Items 317 and 318 pertain to a plan amendment and rezoning of land in the Davies Industrial East neighborhood in southeast Edmonton. Slides 1 and 2 show the land in context of the Southeast Industrial Outline Plan, which was originally approved in 1975. If I can ask Madam Clerk to click between the slides a couple times, it'll illustrate the subject site and the proposed expansion of the heavy industrial node in a westerly direction. The plan amendment proposes to redesignate the site from medium industrial to heavy industrial to facilitate the rezoning of the property. Slide number 3 shows the subject lands in more detail with the context of surrounding lands and zoning. The site is approximately 2.5 hectares in area and generally located east of 75th Street and south of Argyle Road. The surrounding land uses are a variety of light and medium industrial uses, some of which utilize outdoor storage in their operations. The rezoning proposes to change the land from AGI, Industrial Reserve Zone, to IH, Heavy Industrial Zone, for the purpose of developing a demolition contractor yard that receives, stores, processes, and ships construction materials from demolished buildings. The abutting lands are as follows. To the south and north, across a railway line, are zoned IM, Medium Industrial. Lands to the east is a pocket of IH, heavy industrial zone land, and to the west is land zoned AGI and IM respectively. Slide number 4 shows the subject site overlaid on an air photo. From this, we can see that the surrounding lands are fully developed. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 244 surrounding landowners in September, and an open house was not held. One response was received and was opposed to the change, citing concerns about potential noise and air quality issues and perceived decreases to property values. Administration is aware of 5 other objections to the proposal that were received by the Office of City Clerk in response to the notice of public hearing. One of these submissions contained an informal petition signed by 16 additional property owners. Common themes from these notices expressed concern about the generation of noise, dust, and vibration that will interfere with their business operations, that involve sensitive and technical electronic equipment and processes, and that heavy industrial activities will not be a good fit and will detract from the other light and medium industrial properties in the area. Administration does not support this application as it represents a shift of heavy industrial zoning with acknowledged off-site impacts in a westward direction and towards more sensitive and incompatible land uses, contrary to the objectives of the neighborhood plan. As with many industrial neighborhoods, this area is planned to concentrate heavy industrial uses near the center of an industrial neighborhood, and then surround that heavy industrial node with rings of lighter industrial uses in order to transition the land uses to more attractive and less impactful developments along the highly visible edges of the neighborhood. This proposal seeks to shift the potential for heavy industrial activities toward the edge of the neighborhood, thereby eroding the transitional ring pattern. This proposed shift will bring the activities closer to commercial and residential areas, including a religious assembly, and will likely create an environment for increased land use conflicts, complaints, and enforcement requests due to dust, noise, and nuisance factors that can spill beyond the boundaries of the site. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll next hear again from Mr. Edick.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. While my presentation comes up here, I'll just say that I really hate having to go back to back with applications that have non-support. So I understand what the optics of this are. It's just the nature of the beast, and I don't do anything the easy way, I suppose. So that all being said, my presentation, next slide please, will focus on 3 main things, which is the primary one is the specifics to the proposed end user. We understand what the optics of an IH zone parcel are. So we've been very transparent the entire time with administration and our own public engagement events that talked about the specifics of the end user. We also want to talk about the context, the location of the process, and then just focus on the fact that this is an AGI, an undeveloped parcel that's being brought up to current standards. Next slide, please. So the end user, as Mr. Heinrich stated, we met with administration very early in this process and proposed a contractor intermediate step basically between contractors and the Edmonton Waste Management Center. So generally, contractors that are doing renovations, retrofits, or demolitions of residential or commercial properties only have one option to dispose of their materials, and that's taking them directly to the Waste Management Center. They can lose a ton of hours, a ton of time, and a ton of money waiting in line there, and the material has to get sorted on site too, which I'm sure council is aware is not doing a very good job in some circumstances of diverting any additional material from the landfill. So what our client has proposed to do on this site is basically fill a private sector or a public sector need with a private sector solution, creating that intermediate step. So the site in question will receive, sort, it won't process any material as Mr. Heinrich said, but it will receive, sort, and then ship the materials to the Waste Management Center. Nothing hazardous is on site. What we're talking about are typical construction debris, so wood, glass, concrete, tile, that sort of thing. Anything like asbestos and hazardous materials, those are regulated differently. So consider it a little bit like an eco station, but for demolition materials. So the materials aren't on site very long. They're only stored long enough to be sorted and then shipped in larger quantities. So this saves both the Waste Management Center some time in having to not sort material as much, as well as contractors some additional time not having to drive all the way to the Waste Management Center. Next slide, please. Now, Mr. Heinrichs mentioned the location of heavy industrial sites internally and then buffered by medium industrial and light industrial parcels and rings. And this is an image directly from the Southeast Industrial Area Outline Plan, and we believe that it's still being met. Next slide, please. There's still, even though the heavy industrial zone is proposed to be extended beyond what the outline plan had originally intended, there's still a ring of IM zoned and designated parcels all the way around, as well as lower intensity industrial and commercial zones on the outer ring. In addition, there's a 30-meter wide rail right-of-way directly adjacent to the site with 2.5-meter high berms on either side. So we believe that those separation distances are still met, and the intent of that outline plan planning principle is still met. Next slide, please. Now, we did our own public engagement. This petition and all these information that came today is honestly news to us, because what we did was we mailed out letters to 22 of the immediately surrounding businesses, including the religious facility, all the businesses in the area, being very specific about what we were proposing, exactly the same information that I just gave you here. We also went door to door visiting the nearest 46 residences to the site in question, and what we found was only 4 concerns were raised between that and what the city had sent out. Unfortunately, what the city sends out does not provide specifics of the end user, so I hope that's why the petition was made, but during our engagement events, we found no concern of this type of use. Next slide, please. I'll skip over this actually because I think I'm getting short on time, but we are beyond the Davies LRT station, which was one of the concerns, but I just want to hammer home the point of a lack of concern of this type of application. So this table shows a summarized look at all the commenting agencies, both internally and externally, that were provided the opportunity to comment on the application, all of which, except for the land use, took issue or had no issue with it. And I'll highlight a few: parks and the school boards, even though Wagner School is close by, as well as a park that's close by. Alberta Health Services had no concerns. Transit had no concerns. They even mentioned that this would help transit ridership in the area. And then Drainage and EPCOR Water actually indicated support for the application. And that's largely because the parcel has never been developed. And this is kind of how I want to conclude my presentation, but the site has never been developed. It's industrial reserve. There's no service connections to and from the site, and the site has never contributed in any way through levy payments or off-site improvements in any way, shape, or form. Next slide, please. So this is one of the requirements that just kind of highlights the contributions once this property does become developed. So we are required to upgrade the accesses and bring this site into current industrial standards, also connecting and constructing off-site sidewalks all the way to connect transit stops in the nearby area, which will help redevelopment efforts in the future. And I just want to be very clear here. There are massive levy payments that are owed on this parcel that go back more than 20 years in some circumstances that the city has been carrying for a long time because this parcel has never been developed. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, that's a little past the 5 minutes. I gotta stop you there, but there may be some questions for you. Speakers list, Councillor Nicol, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, so to get to the crux of your argument here, Ryan, today is that you're upgrading the property to be basically a demolition waste station between various areas in the city, or on the south side, let's put it that way, and our waste management facility?
That's correct, yes.
So you're proposing to upgrade and so on, but okay, so Ryan, do you feel that this should be called heavy industrial?
Councillor Nicol, in my opinion, it shouldn't, but that's what came out of our initial discussions with administration. When we first proposed it to the file planner and Mr. Heinrichs, we wanted to be treated like an eco station, which is a medium industrial designation. They sent our proposal to a development officer. It circled around for a while and then came back as a heavy industrial use. So we were left with going with non-support as a heavy industrial use, or nothing really, yes.
Okay, let me ask you some point blank questions here. So I'm fully aware of what some of these sites are. So you're going to say you're not going to take anything apart here, that you're not going to create noise, or you're not going to create dust, you're not going to create impacts around the surrounding properties?
Councillor Nicol, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that everything will be internalized on the site. There will be a building which has all of the materials being dumped and stored and that type of thing. But there will for sure be noise, and there will be trucks going to and from the site. So That was one of the concerns of administration, and that's why they had indicated a heavy industrial zoning would be appropriate.
Okay, so your argument is this will be all internal, inside a building?
It will be, the majority will be inside a building. There will be outdoor components, absolutely, but the actual storage of the materials and the receiving will be done on the inside of a building, yes.
Can you explain to me, you made the argument or the contention that this is going to be good for Davies and this is going to be good for transit? Did I hear that correctly? It's a long day today for me.
Yeah, no, fair enough. There was the comment that we received from the transit department, because there's a new bus route that's going directly in front of our site on 71st Street. They indicated that there would be increased transit ridership as a result of this property being redeveloped, yes.
We're adding transit to you.
Yeah, there's a transit line going right in front of us no matter what happens here.
So I guess the decision that really hinges on us is whether we can determine whether it's industrial or medium industrial, which is your argument, correct?
Yeah, we'd be fine with medium industrial if that's what council decides. Heavy industrial obviously lends itself to fewer bylaw complaints, but we are confident and happy to go with the medium industrial designation if that's what council decides. But that was not what administration decided for our land use.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any, we'll turn to questions of administration now then. Councillor Nicol.
Well, Mr. Pollock, to your team, please talk me through how this is deemed not medium and how this has been interpreted as heavy.
For sure, I'll pass that to Rod Hendricks first.
Thank you, Councillor. As you're probably familiar with the three simplistic layers of industrial designations in the zoning bylaw, we have light, medium, and heavy industrial. The light industrial designation typically means that all activities will occur within an enclosed building and not generate anything outside of a building that would attract attention or cause any cause for nuisance. The medium industrial expectations are that outdoor activities are allowed on the site, and insofar as storage and movement of goods, but no nuisance factors are generated that would escape beyond the borders of the site. And then the third designation, heavy industrial zoning, the IH zone, actively recognizes that nuisance factors such as noise, dust, smoke, vibration, what have you, are recognized as normal and incidental to heavy industrial activities and are expected to escape beyond the boundaries of the property.
Oh, I thought you were going to add something there. So,
Yeah,
so let's get to the crux of it. So the outside storage is because what happens inside the building is pretty straightforward. So you're concerned about what's going to be happening outside in terms of the storage and what's your anticipated nuisances from that outside storage? I guess I need just clarification on that.
Sure. Well, when we were having early discussions about what to expect from the activity, there was discussion or talk around the movement and storage of material outside of the building. There was, I recall, mention of potential to perhaps crush some concrete, which would cause dust and noise, and some of the other the movements of large trucks and movements of goods on and off the site on the outdoor component of the site did give cause for us to believe that there would be nuisance factors that would escape beyond the boundaries and that fit within the IH zone expectations.
So is this a legit, and correct me if this concern is legitimate or not. If we grant this application, it receives a heavy industrial ruling, and therefore all those permitted uses could happen in the future. Is that not a possibility?
Correct. When we review and process zones, we are directed in the bylaw to consider the full menu and the full palette of uses that could occur under a standard zone.
Councillor, just to add, I think that's the crux of our argument is the IH zone by its nature is one of the only zones that explicitly says will cause impacts to surrounding properties. So that expansion of the IH zone is concerning to us.
Yeah, it's the blanket is what you're arguing of the IH zone that's being asked for, because what if the property flips over at some future point in time, but those rights still remain with that property in that zone, do they not?
Correct.
I see your concern. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just to follow up on that a little bit and to just think this one through a little bit, the problem with the IH zone is we're not actually approving this project. That would be done by the development officer. We would be approving IH zoning, which would create all the very things that you're recommending should not be in this site, correct?
That's correct.
So what happens if we do it the other way around? We say IM zone, and they have to then bring forward a proposal that adheres to the IM rules.
Yes, they would have to satisfy the development officer at the review of the development permit stage that none of their activities would cause nuisances that would impact beyond the boundaries of the site.
Which might force into some choices, but they're choices that you're recommending are the appropriate choices to make for this site. Correct? If they can work within the constrictions of IM, you have no objections to it at that point, I suspect.
Correct. There would be no need to amend the plan if the proposal would fit under the IM zoning designation, and we recommend support for IM.
So that ultimately becomes a challenge for the development officer and the applicant when they come forward with a development permit, does it not?
Correct.
They'd have to prove to the development officer that they could live within the constraints of IM.
That's correct.
Because it seems to me that's the safer choice to make here. Because my concern here is that if we approve IH, it actually doesn't create the constraints that everybody seems to agree are appropriate for this site. It takes those off. But IM, if they feel they can work within IM, then it becomes their problem, and we don't open the door to something that nobody sounds like they want. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how does this work out? I'm interested in the Echo Center question. Are they U.S. or how do we zone them? Our own Echo Centers.
Off the top of my head, I think they could fit under a variety of zones because they are a very clean operating use. And I think they may fit under PU, they may fit under US or even IM or IB industrial designations.
Okay, because it seems to me that is the close. I mean, I recognize that is a more similar use than a heavy industrial use. Okay, I'll listen to everything else, but I don't know what the mechanism would be to shift this application. Is it possible for us to? Would that involve re-advertising if we were to go back with IM instead of IH?
That's correct. Councillor Henderson, this would have to get referred back. We would have to go through the advertising process once again.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina?
Yeah, just following up on that, and that, with the process to go back and refer this back, whatever it is, but it seems that Mr. Edick had mentioned that this would fit, that project would fit into the IM, but it was suggested that because of some comments at some point, Mr. Heinrich, that you had heard, that maybe there'd be some outdoor activity. That's not what I heard tonight from Mr. So just confirmation that what you heard tonight as well, that everything is in to the interior as far as processing and the nuisances, and the exterior would be for storage and movement back and forth, which sounds pretty reasonable. Do you have a clear understanding now of what the project would be, or what the actual development would be, and would it fit into the IM as described this evening?
If there were no nuisance factors in regard to the dust or smoke or vibration from crushing activities or shredding of wood or those sorts of activities, then it would fit within the typical parameters of a medium industrial IM zone.
Okay, and that's what I heard Mr. Edick say, that they were happy with the IM if that was the case, because they felt that it. So with this, I guess I'll leave it up to new information if the proponent wants to comment on that, and then the process to obviously refer this back and re-advertise. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We need another round of questions. Councillor Caterina, would you be so kind as to move that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move second round.
Great, thank you. Seconded by several folks. Let's say Councillor Paquette, I think, or maybe Councillor Banga. I'm not sure, I didn't catch. Councillor Banga's microphone is active, so we'll go with that. Any objection to a second round?
No objection.
Not seeing any. On the second round, Councillor Nicol, carry on.
So you've heard myself, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Caterina talk about IM zoning that might be deemed more appropriate for this site. So before the applicant can reply to new information, can we be clear as to what a referral back to administration to investigate that IM zone would entail and how long it would take?
So, Councillor, there's a couple of routes. One would you could direct administration to come back with an IM zone at a specific date. That would still require advertising. Alternatively, you can direct administration to go back to work with the applicant to come back with the appropriate zone, which would allow us a little bit more leeway deciding whether a use should be an IM or not in council chambers is not typically a good practice because we're not getting the fulsome of information. But the turnaround time could be 3 months, 2 to 3 months.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I guess I'll wait under new information to the applicant's reaction to that.
Thank you. Any other questions for admin? Not seeing any under new information. Mr. Edick?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it would be much better if I left today with a zone that I could go back to my client and say that we can get started right away. 3 months, and I'm guessing we're going to be charged for the advertising fee again. That is a hard pill to swallow, but I mean, if it ends up getting us what we need and what we want in terms of like the end user that I described, then I mean, what choice do I have?
So Ryan, you've heard some of the concerns that have been raised about putting you in a heavy industrial zone. So there is a risk. There is a risk that you might not get that. Would you not be interested in being referred back to administration to salvage something here?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that was my point. I would rather leave with a decision tonight, but if we end up getting what we need, I'm fine to work with administration on getting that IM zoning.
Well, Your Worship, I think that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to refer this back to administration to work with the applicant for an IM zone on this piece of property. And if the clerk could draw up the wordings to that effect, I'm prepared to do that.
Second.
Okay, so referral moved by Councillor Nicol, seconded by Councillor Zadek. We'll just get some wording. Guess just a technical question to admin is, would IM be the recommendation or would refer back to work on alternate zoning? Do you want flexibility or do you want to
alternate
prescribe?
zoning is preferable.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that friendly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know, is alternate, lesser is not quite the right word, but lower impact zone, or, I don't know.
I think we understand the direction of council and alternate.
Yeah, in the context of your recommendation, alternate means not heavy probably, but then there's this, there are options, so. Okay, so refer back to admin to work on alternate zoning. Keeps it alive.
Can I speak to it just for a minute?
Hold on, I got Councillor Henderson with a question, it looks like. Go ahead.
Well, just for clarification, if we're referring it back, there wouldn't be another charge for re-advertising, would there?
Typically, there is not, so we would continue that practice with this one.
Yeah, so just for that, because I heard that raised, so just to clarify, great, thanks.
Good catch, Ben. Least we can do in this situation. Councillor Nicol to close, I think, unless there's anything else on referral. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just make it really quick here. It's better to do this than to lose it all. Ryan, to be perfectly honest, little patience is required here. I do appreciate the nature of your project, but as you've heard from others here on council, the granting of heavy industrial usage and rights on that property in perpetuity is a issue for many of us here on council. So let's get you in the right zone, and so we can get your project moving.
Okay, please vote on referral. We're almost there, folks. Well, 2 more tidy ups and then we're done.
Yes.
Yes for me as well.
I'm in a submission spiral here. I'm a yes also.
And Councillor Paquette, please. We have. Thank you.
Display the vote. Referral is carried unanimously. Okay, let's pivot back to Councillor Henderson subsequent on the Mill Woods item.
Yeah, I've been given a replacement from the one I originally posted. It's in the chat. That administration provide data as part of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative regarding cannabis retail regulations regarding separation distances. So it allows them to come back with a bit more detail in a report they were going to be bringing back already.
I heard Councillor Nicol seconded in the room, and just to double check, this will piggyback it on existing reports rather than create a separate report. That's easier for administration, I assume?
No, because I didn't want to create a huge amount of extra work, but I think we need a chance to look at this and move forward on it with some speed. So this will help them. I think some of this information was coming back anyway. This will give some clarity to that report that's coming back in February, is my understanding.
Yep. Nodding heads in the room here. Any further comments on this one? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes. I'm still spiraling. Oh, no, I'm not. There we go.
We're all spiraling at this point, Ben.
No, I'm still spiraling. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yes as well.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay, one more piece. I sent it around in the chat. It's a bit of a tidy up on the calendar changes we made this morning and the pandemic restriction bylaw, which is perhaps not entirely moot, but we should tell administration to pause work on that and focus on implementation of the others. So there's some urgency to making the calendar changes and a cleanup from this morning. So I'd appreciate a motion to allow someone to move a motion without customary notice to make those changes. Councillor Nicol has moved to waive notice. Seconded by Councillor McKean. Is there any objection to the waiving of the notice? Not hearing any. Then Councillor Nicol, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
I will move that which is in the chat, which I don't know if there are any changes from admin, but it would be, for starters, one, that work on the pandemic restriction bylaw directed at the December 8th special council meeting be suspended, and that administration report back in January on learnings on the challenges and limitations municipalities face in making effective interventions for public health and other related learnings. So that sort of subsequentizes that work and make sure we won't lose it entirely, but pauses it for now. Part 2 is that the special council meeting for the pandemic restriction bylaw December 10 be cancelled. And 3, that an emergency advisory committee meeting be reinstated in the calendar on December 10th at 3:30 PM, which was the original scheduled time, I think.
At 3:30 to 5:30?
3:30 to 5:30, yeah.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Second.
Second by Council McKean. Mayor Iveson, would you care to speak to it?
I think it's self-explanatory, but just for clarity, the province's moves trump anything we could do in the bylaw, and I believe our focus should be on working with them on clear communication with our public, understanding the implications for city operations like rec centers and other facilities that are impacted by these orders, and that the bylaw, thanks to strong measures at the province-wide scale, makes the need for the municipality to act moot at this point. So we'll put the energy where it should be. We'll still get an after-action report, and we'll still, in January, on the regulatory questions, and we'll still have an EAC on Thursday so we can get updates on those operating impacts. And Mr. Laughlin's good with this, so this tidies up.
Any questions from council for Mayor Iveson administration?
Yeah, just a quick question. I've been trying to click on, but I can't. I'm wondering, there was one part of the motion that was about asking for working with Calgary on the charter provision and those kind of changes. Does that still stand, or would that also get?
No, that stands, but it will be informed by the continuing discussion.
Okay.
So we might.
This doesn't take the whole motion off the table that we passed today. It really is just a piece around the bylaw.
Yeah, exactly. All the other advocacy carries on. 2/3 of that occurred today. 1/3 of it will carry on the city charter empowerment question.
Thanks, and I'm happy to support this.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Don,
Councilor
with the announcement today and the timeline for the 15th for those previous regulations or timeline, has that changed, or are these now in perpetuity? Was there an end date
to the provincial rules?
Yeah, I mean, they put in the restriction to December 15th and then a revision there one way or the other.
Well, they'll have to make extensions to the set of orders that came in 2 weeks ago. Presumably that will happen. But these other orders trump many of those orders, though some of these don't come into effect till December 13th. And then I understand they'll be in place for 4 weeks hence from December 13th. But that's, well, Adam will be in a position to really translate all of that for us on Thursday, though there's quite a bit of public communications happening right now from GOA. So that's I might not have that exactly right, but the measures, the stronger measures kick in 2 days before the let's call them less strong measures expire on the 15th.
So we can assume now the 4-week period is the sort of extension to what we're going to be dealing with. We're not dealing with two separate things at this point.
They'll have to clean that up because they're their orders, but I take your point. But I think that'll be hopefully we'll have clarity on that in the coming days here before the new measures kick in on the 13th. Hopefully that'll all be crystal clear to everyone, especially our enforcement officers. This is the first conversation I had with Adam was about really enforcement of these measures, the city's role in education on the front end and hard-nosed enforcement if people don't get the message is really where our focus has got to be. So we got to understand those rules inside and out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank God. If we can vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Just want the green light for, do you have the votes?
Yes.
Man, it was working like a Swiss watch till now, but I'm a yes.
I am a yes also. Switch watch, it isn't right now.
And Councillor Esslinger, please.
Yes.
It's going around like a switch watch.
Okay, display the vote.
I think it's more like Swiss cheese.
I'm assuming that's passed. To return the chair.
Thank you very much. Any notices of motion or other motions without the customary notice? Seeing none, this is done, but see you fresh at 9:30 tomorrow for, I'll just say I have a plan to solve a bunch of our problems and stay at zero, but tune in tomorrow for that. So anyway, have a good night and see you tomorrow. Meeting adjourned is what I mean to say.